Give a 60-second warning if everybody wants to find their seat, and we'll start at 9:30. Okay, well, it's not been 60 seconds, but everybody got so quiet, so quick. We'll just use that opportunity. It is 9:30. We'll call the October 19th, 2021 Volusia County Council meeting to order. And as always, we will start with an invocation, this time by Rabbi Ronald Ruvain Silverman from the Temple Israel of Deland. Welcome, sir. If everyone would stand if you care to, and then just remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Age has got upon me here. Honored council and good people gathered today, on behalf of Temple Israel of Deland, a synagogue just shy of 70 years in beautiful Deland, Florida, I bring greetings to the County Council with words of prayer and encouragement. May heaven's better angels descend on this gathering today and bring the spirit of good ethics to the forefront. As we are engaged to the duties of the people of Volusia County, let us keep always the concept of their good welfare uppermost in our minds, and always pursue the justice of the situation for their true benefit. Guide us, O Lord, and shelter us under the wing of your good judgments and precious peace. Baruch atah Adonai mechayeh hakol. Blessed are you, Lord our God, who gives us life. And let us say, Amen. To the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right. Hey, Sir Barbara.
Have a good day.
Carissa, would you call the roll, please?
Miss Post.
Here.
Mr. Robbins. Miss Wheeler.
Here.
Miss Gertman.
Here.
Mr. Johnson. Dr. Lowry.
Here.
Mr. Brower.
Here. And I know we have some public participation. So as I call your name, if you come forward, please speak clearly into the microphone. You'll have 3 minutes, and then a gong will go off. You can, if you have a mask, you can certainly remove your mask when you speak. So just in order that you signed up this morning, John Miranda.
Good morning, members of the County Council, members of county government. I'm Senior Officer John Miranda, have been working with Division of Corrections since 2002. Today, I would like to discuss several issues that pertain to the negotiations with the union and the county. My goal today is not to impress you with statistics or make negative statements, but to inform you of the concerns that non-union members have with the negotiations. There is a lack of communication between the union and the non-union members that are involved in making every day a day to work at the jail. When non-members ask questions regarding set negotiations, no one's given a straightforward answer from union representatives. I am saying this because as a non-member myself, I face these same issues. I, as well as several other non-members, have expressed opinions about how the union's decisions affect us all. When we discuss our concerns with them, they do not respond to us, leaving us with no voice. If decisions are being made regarding all staff members within the division, the union members and non-members should have a right to be heard. It is my understanding that several proposals have been submitted to the union and the union turned them down. I would like to note that these proposals were not discussed among non-members. It is also my understanding that these proposals were turned down without consulting or putting to a vote with all staff members, union and non-union. I am asking this council today to consider allowing non-union members to implement the committee to be in place so that all officers have a voice and a say in what happens within the division. In closing, I would like to state that with this job comes stresses that we all face daily. I would like to also note that with this comes various resources that the county has afforded us, one being the EAP program. There will always be those who complain and those who will build a career. Since the arrival of Director Flowers, many positive aspects have been implemented to enhance the quality and safety of the division. The training and better tools that we receive constantly is one of those that really are appreciated by most staff. As for me, I am grateful that the county has afforded me the ability to serve the community and provide for my family all these years. Once again, thank you for allowing me the opportunity to come forward with this statement. Thank you.
Paul Richardson, and when you come forward, please tell us what city you're from.
Yeah, sorry about that. I keep forgetting. My bad. Again, my name is Paul Richardson. I'm from DeLand, Florida. I know I would like to come here talk about county issues or county government. Unfortunately, what happens at the federal level always rolls down and affects us too, whether we're from Volusia County or from Georgia or Minnesota or even California. We have a leadership crisis going on in America at the federal level. And we have an inflation problem that's getting wildly out of control. And this is not just a Democrat problem, but also a Republican problem. So Democrats say we want to spend more. Republican says we want to spend less, but we still want to spend a little bit more. But not as much as Democrats. And we need a monetary policy that looks out for everyone, not just for people on the federal level and for government. The Biden administration is now definitely call this a high-class problem, which is insane. We have the ongoing border crisis, the disaster going on right now. A bunch of people coming across has said they were declaring war on America, and Biden administration is shrugging their shoulders. Americans are still trapped in Afghanistan, and that a mess still ongoing. Even though there's some backlash to it, the DOJ still will still go after parents who criticize school boards and the CRT instead of going after the Taliban, which has members who are on the FBI's most wanted list on there. We're currently having a labor shortage going on in America, and because of that, we have a supply chain disruption. I went shopping this morning. There were holes in cells. Now, this might seem like a first world problem, but come on, some of these items I want to get that I haven't been able to get. And speaking of disruption, we have a gas prices are skyrocketing everywhere. 20 cents last time I went out driving, it went up. Unreal. And of course, the biggest thing that's going on right now is China had launched a hypersonic missile capable of carrying a nuclear warhead. This hypersonic missile can reach anywhere in the world, and it's virtually unstoppable. And the Biden administration goes, well, we welcome the competition. No commendation, no panic whatsoever, just we welcome the competition. The Biden administration has met these issues with lies, deflection, or blame, and it's frustrating. No wonder that Let's Go Brandon is the #1 hip hop song currently on iTunes. Thank you very much.
Virginia Bennett.
Good morning. My name is Virginia Bennett. I'm a lifelong resident of Volusia County. I live in South Daytona and have attended Epiphany Catholic Church in Port Orange for 55 years. Our church is one of the 30 diverse congregations across Volusia County that make up the faith organization. The lack of affordable housing here has deeply impacted many in my congregation. One in particular is a dear friend of mine, Dee Folis. She's 93 years old and has lived in Treasure Island Mobile Home Park in Port Orange for 20 years. She lives on a fixed income of just $909 a month. This year, her rent went up from $498 to $620. January 1st of this coming year, it will go up to $710. Because Dee has to rent the land under her mobile home, although she owns her home outright, she is not able to get homeowner assistance to fix her leaking roof. Utilities are not included in her rent. Her electric bill is $85, her water bill is $64, and her sewage payment is $115 a year. Figure in her insurance, medical bills, medicine, cost of gas and car insurance, and food. And there's no way she can stay there. She can't even get anything out of her house if the roof is leaking. She would be here to share her story with you today, but she recently fell in her kitchen and broke her arm, her hip, and her leg, and is in a nursing home in rehab until she recovers. Because of her housing situation, after she gets out of rehab, she's going to be looking for a job at 93 years old. She has no other options as she cannot move in with anyone. Dee's situation is tragic, but it is not uncommon. According to reports from the county's most recent consolidated plan, 6,542 elderly households in our community are severely cost burdened, meaning they are paying over half of their income on housing. This is unacceptable. For seniors and for working families, our county desperately needs to follow in the footsteps of our neighbors in Seminole, Orange, and Hillsborough by creating a local trust fund for housing. The good news is that there is now money available that has already been allocated by the federal government. Faith is calling on the council to use the $2.5 million from the American Rescue Plan to kickstart a new county-wide housing trust fund. This trust fund would provide needed grants for development projects like Clyde Morris Landings and would help create housing opportunities for working families and seniors. Thank you. And this is a picture of my friend Dee Folis.
Thank you.
Absolutely adorable.
Thank you. John Nicholson.
John Nicholson, Daytona Beachside, several issues recurring. We did the redistricting last night. It seems like everybody liked I for the west side of the county. It seemed to satisfy almost everyone. So I thought about cut and paste. If you would have looked at the east side and found out who liked what, just cut those and then hand them to the committee. Because there were several, especially when they did like 6 or 8 cities divided, which would have been, to me, tossed out immediately. So there are ways to do this, and knock on wood, when it comes back to you, that the west side will remain like it is. Secondly, again, the courthouse, we haven't done anything much on it. I know it would be to our value as the city of Daytona Beach and the value of the county. I think it's $13 million from FEMA if we leave it where it is. So I'm suggesting that we redo the county building on Beach Street and move the courthouse in the same location, thus creating synergy, which would help the city of Daytona Beach and would help Volusia County. So that hasn't been up for a while. I hope you will find time to discuss that. Don't forget the $8 million for Sunrail. It's coming, and I know you're going to be discussing how to spend money and whatnot. That's going to be a big thing, and trust me, I'm just extremely nervous about a high tax increase. We went through that, I told you, in our city, and I don't want to do it here. Affordable housing, yes, we need it. Our mayor is pushing that everybody gets a house. All right, he won't do apartments, he won't do townhouses, he won't do anything else but houses. I would like you all to discuss what kind of affordable housing you're talking about. Now, hopefully, it's not just everybody gets a house. Apartments are very suitable for a lot of people. So are townhomes, so are timeshares and whatnot. Third, funding for the, what do they call it? I can't read my own writing. Appropriate fair share, proportional fair share. There was some discussion at our city. We are building like you wouldn't believe. LPGA, Tandra Outlet Mall, Mosaic, Margaritaville. That money is coming in. There's something on your agenda for almost $2 million. What is Daytona Beach's fair share of the money that we're raising? Is it 5%? If we raise 80% of the funding, do we get back 5% spent in our area? Because remember, it's Northeast County. It's Holly Hill money. You're going to spend our money in Holly Hill, in Ormond, in Port Orange, and the other cities, and then in the county. So we're needing that money, especially on LPGA. We've talked about that. But you have to come up, and I understand the idea of going northeast so that everybody gets a fair share, but when a singular city is raising a ton of money like the land is raising, when that money comes up, they should get a major portion back, and there's got to be a formula of some sort that the money can't be all spent elsewhere. I know you don't do it all, but Daytona Beach oftentimes gets shafted, and I think because of the amount of people, we're going to need roads like you would not believe. So please consider a fair share for the people raising the funds. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor of Lake Helen, Daisy Razzler.
Good morning, County Sheriff and council members and manager and staff. Well, I'm here this morning to say thank you. I don't know if you're familiar, but in Lake Helen, the seat for mayor is coming up this year, and I am not running for office again. It's been a wonderful 4 years, and I want to say thank you these 4 years to have worked with your staff and with you, and the collaboration has been really wonderful, and a wonderful experience for myself. The other thing I want to say, I noticed that you do have the TNR program up here that you're going to be considering. I'm not going to be able to stay for that, but I do want to say thank you for the collaboration that your staff has done with our staff as well. Again, it's been an honor and a pleasure. Thank you.
Keith Chester.
My name is Keith Chester, and I live in DeLand. Dear members of our Volusia County Council, we have communications issues. As our elected representatives, you often tend to do more preaching than listening to us, your bosses, and as I and others have stood here at this podium, I have witnessed some of you, our representatives, looking away and at times doodling on computers or with papers and showing little interest in what we have to say. As our elected representatives, you can avoid a great deal of animosity garnered toward you by listening intently, and by responding to correspondence promptly and thoughtfully, and if you fail to do so, you can only blame yourself for the anger that is unleashed towards you. Citizens who feel as though they are being ignored and unrepresented will find alternative ways to be heard, and you may find displeasure with how that occurs. Always remember, respect is something that is earned, and it goes both ways. As the gatekeepers, it is your duty to ensure this county's government follows the laws and rules, and that all business of the county is conducted in the most ethical and above-board way possible, even when it may not be popular to do so, and that the citizens' interest is always protected. A few examples of those things not occurring is when Sunrail was approved with no safeguards for the taxpayers, when this county and our elected representatives actively participated in the 1/2-cent sales tax increase propaganda campaign, and when our elected representatives approved ECHO going to the ballot without being fully transparent and without informing the voters of the failures of the program, and with the idea the rules for the ECHO program would be changed after the citizens voted and no one blinked an eye when the ECHO propaganda campaign was presented with advertisements that were misleading. And to my knowledge, this governing body has never taken any punitive action against any entity that has failed to live up to their ECHO contract agreements. And changing the rules of ECHO in order to make it easier for the members of this council to push more funding out to the special interest in their districts makes ECHO one big unethical slush fund. In closing, I would like to address one of the biggest issues we have with the county government. Currently, there is no one master plan in place that encompasses how to deal with all of the issues we are facing, from climate change, to the polluted lagoon, to roads and everything in between, and how we are going to fund all that we are facing. All the county does is done in a very fragmented way that is much more costly. There needs to be a master plan formulated that is driven from the top down, with the citizens being at the top, the council being in the middle, and the staff being on the bottom, and the plan should include a needs assessment and funding sources. The 1/2-cent sales tax increase failed because there was no plan in place, and much of our ECHO funds will be wasted because they are not part of a bigger plan. Without a master plan in place that is driven and embraced by the citizens, this county will continue to mutter along as the problems get worse. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Derek LaMontagne.
Hi, good morning, Council. My name is Derek LaMontagne from Port Orange. I represent myself today in the Sweetwater Coalition. As you know, I serve on the Volusia Forever Board, and I'm very grateful for that opportunity, and I appreciate that program passing in the direction that the county is taking because of it. But today I have a few, just a handful of suggestions and concerns and asks that I've had on my own that I would like to bring to your attention. Most of them environmental. I'm kind of the environmental guy, so I figure I should talk on that a little bit. And the first is about water quality. My personal love is for Spruce Creek, but I also care about all the waterways in our county, and a couple of them are lacking something that most waterways in the state have, which is a BMAP, or a Basin Management Action Plan for cleaning it up. I've been pushing this for a number of years, and it actually takes the partnership of counties and cities and other stakeholders to get this to happen, because the Florida Department of Environmental Protection is not doing it. They did a study in 2008, and that study said by 2009 there was supposed to be a BMAP implemented. So it's been over 10 years, and what that means, since we don't have that BMAP for Spruce Creek or Tomoka River, and what that BMAP would help clean it up, basically. Those waterways have been found to be polluted for various nutrients. I've actually participated in some of the science research, citizen science, to monitor them for various, again, pollutants. And basically, by having a BMAP, we will be able to sort of get more funding sources to just get, when opportunities arise, to have better protections in any kind of development that happens, so they're aware that, you know, these extra nutrients shouldn't be going in there. And so I hope that the county can perhaps write some kind of resolution or letter that directs or asks the DEP to take that initiative for Spruce Creek and Tomoka, at least. I also have a few other letters I would like the county to write to kind of initiate things. I don't have time, obviously, today. I'd love to be on a future meeting, perhaps, but involving just the way that we handle other development in the county, of course, whether or not we're allowed as the staff on the county has, I've noticed, been, at least in one instance, rezoning some protected land to non-protected without it coming before you. And I believe that was a misinterpretation of our ordinance. It was been kind enough of the staff to meet with me about that, but I don't think that's been resolved. I'd love to talk to you more later about it. I also hope that you guys can change some of the infrastructure rules so that we're not, building highways through wetlands, basically. That's a waste of taxpayer dollars. It hurts our environment, hurts tourism, various things like that. And in particular, there's some other upcoming plans like an interchange on Pioneer Trail that I really hope that we can oppose in some kind of resolution. So thank you for your time. Hope to talk again more. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody that participated. We are going to start off in a little bit unusual fashion this morning. We have a significant and really important award to give out that's going to be given out in the vestibule here. Everybody can remain here in chambers. It will be broadcast live. Gary, let me give you a 3-minute warning to start. The award is a Tippin Davidson Award to Sally Mackay of New Smyrna, and you'll enjoy the award ceremony. So please just sit tight. If the council would join me and whatever, yeah, there's enough room for, and staff would join me in the vestibule, we'll conduct the ceremony for Miss Mackay. Thank you. Notice it's not a wallet. That's empty.
That was mine.
It's already turned on.
Are we ready? Are we on? Hi, everybody. My name is Bryce Hammond. I am the Volusia County Cultural Alliance president for this year and next year, because we do 2 years of that. I'm also from Volusia County Schools. I am the visual art K-12 specialist for Volusia County Schools. I'm also an artist, so I'm wearing tags. I have lots of tags going on here. I'm really happy to be here today to represent Volusia County Cultural Alliance. I have some colleagues that are coming in now, also from Volusia County Schools. John Dupuy and Craig Uppercue. We run visual and performing arts in Volusia County. So we're doing this today because Sally Mackay is going to be proclaimed as the Sally Mackay Day for today, and we're going to present the plaque to her from Volusia County Cultural Alliance as well. I did want to say just a couple of small things. I had this great speech and then my computer crashed, so I'm just going to make this up as I go, but all true stuff. So I drove Sally over today, and she's already done a speech about this in our annual event in the spring. She asked me why she was nominated and received the award, the Tippin Davidson Award, and I said, well, the main thing was you were nominated, everyone said yes, and then I called you, and you told me all these people that should get the award other than her. And I was like, that's it, man. Like, that's it, you know. She was the mayor of New Smyrna Beach. I went to school with one of her sons. She started the Hub in New Smyrna. Have you all been to the Hub before? If you haven't, you need to check it out. We were also talking about the torpedo factory that's in Virginia, and how when I walked into the Hub, I'm like, oh my gosh, this is the torpedo factory, but smaller because it's New Smyrna. Anyway, so Sally Mackay has been in my life for years. I went to New Smyrna High School and New Smyrna Middle School, so I grew up there. But anyway, enough about me. The VCCA, we're advocates for the arts. Just want you to know, if you want to become a member, wonderful. We do all kinds of great things. Our membership, like all of our members get to have e-blasts and all these great things to support the arts and culture in Volusia County. So I can't think of a better person than Sally to be a representative of culture in Volusia County. So without further ado, I am going to, Jeff Brower, the county council chair, you're going to take it away from me since I lost my notes. So we got to move it on. So.
Sally, this is just a tremendous pleasure for all of us. We have been blessed to have you be a part of our community since 1973. In that time, you've not just been a promoter of arts, you've been a cheerleader. I think you single-handedly have made New Smyrna Beach the art capital of Volusia County. I hope that continues to grow out. Your vision has been just a tremendous asset to our community. So it is a pleasure to be here this morning. And rather, since all my notes were on his computer, I'm going to read the proclamation that we are happy and proud to give to you this morning. It says, whereas Sally Mackay is a long-time and established proponent of the arts and culture in Volusia County, and whereas in the 1970s she supported Doris Leeper's efforts to establish the Atlantic Center of the Arts, and then went on to open a studio where she gave music lessons, piano, I presume, and guitar. And whereas Miss Mackay later became involved in politics, serving on the New Smyrna Beach Planning and Zoning Commission and the Volusia County Growth Management Commission, and throwing her support behind the Cultural Council of Volusia County and the Volusia Echo and Forever initiatives. And whereas, as the mayor of New Smyrna Beach from 2007 to 2009, she brought art and cultural events to her city and secured CRA funds to spruce up the downtown area. And whereas in 2012, Ms. Mackay played a significant role in founding the Hub on Canal, a working space for artists and community, and whereas her passion and tenacity have truly enhanced the lives of Volusia County residents, and whereas the Volusia County Council congratulates Ms. Mackay as she accepts the Tippin Davidson Award from the Volusia County Cultural Alliance. Now, therefore, we, the County Council of Volusia County, Florida, do hereby proclaim October 19th, 2021 as Sally Mackay Day. Thank you. Congratulations. Yes. Would you like to say a few words?
Just a very few.
Are your notes on his computer also?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm not going to touch that. Thank you so much. I can't tell you what an honor this is. I don't think I deserve it at all, but I want to thank Volusia County for all the people I've worked with over the years, and it's been many, many years now. All the support Volusia County and the VCCA have given me and our project for New Smyrna Beach, and their huge support and encouragement, and especially to the community that I live in New Smyrna Beach and the surrounding area, because we all belong to Volusia County. It's been a wonderful time. I can't tell you how much. Somebody, Nancy Maddox, one of your recipients from years back, just said to me, blood, sweat, and tears, right? Yes, but it's all worth it. It's all worth it, and I'm just so proud to be a part of this and part of Volusia County, part of my city, and I want to dedicate this honor, great honor, to all the people there. So thank you very much.
They want pictures. Okay. He wants a picture with the whole county. Okay, we're going to unveil your plaque. Go with these prestigious names on the, and then would you help? It's not wide enough. It doesn't fit. It's not going to fit. You should have done. Kind of like art. We're going to have to get it remade. Try to, but it's just off a quarter an inch. An eighth of an inch. Yeah. And put it back up here.
Good. what it's about, but specifically since I served it, I wanted to read it.
That's the problem. That's another one. And what we'll do is I'll make sure you have a copy of it.
Okay, all right, thanks.
Sure.
Let me set my time.
Yeah. Can somebody start the timer for 2 minutes, please? Seven seconds to spare.
Brian,
Thank you.
Brian, frame me up.
Appreciate everyone's patience. As you can see, meetings are organic. We're all good? Muy bueno. Thank you. All right, we will resume County Council meeting at 10:14, and we're on item 2. Thank you all for participating in the award to Ms. McKay. Item 2 is a consent agenda. We have a member of the public who would like to speak on one of the items, item C on the consent agenda. So I will call Steve Tanyas. Steve, and you can correct me when you get here.
Tanjas, but we get mail for Tanyas all the time. All right, thank you. My name is Steve Tanjas. I live here in DeLand. And I got an announcement through the Community Connector, which had been put out by your staff about the Community Development Block Grant money, which, according to the announcement, was to assist low-income families and most vulnerable citizens prepare for, prevent, or respond to the health and economic impacts of COVID-19. When I saw that, I was outraged at the project which was proposed, and everyone I spoke with was similarly outraged. Nobody saw any way that low-income families and most vulnerable citizens were going to get any benefit from restrooms, handicapped accessible or not, at trailheads in remote areas. As I enumerated in my email to each of you, none of the benefits, and there are real benefits for people like me, the benefits cited in the public meeting October 12th, none of them would accrue to low-income or vulnerable people. After the thoughtful responses I received from Mr. Brower and Mr. Robbins, I did some light reading in the Federal Register and discovered, as far as I could tell in the time I had, that the funding can indeed be used for many different kinds of projects, although I did find a constraint that the people these projects have to benefit are at least 70% L/M. I didn't have time before I fell asleep in the Federal Register to find how L/M was defined, but I'm guessing it means low and medium income. And if that's the case, it seems to me the project probably still does not qualify. So I'd like to find out, I'd like you all to ask, where did the low income and vulnerable language come from? I thought I was going to come here asking that the project be disapproved, and if that language is a genuine constraint, or if the 70% L/M is a real constraint, that is what I request. Otherwise, I still want to point out that the fund unambiguously can be used for people who are truly hurting. And I ask that we direct more of these funds that way. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And after reading your letter, many of the members of the county council have asked that this item be pulled for discussion. So we will do that now. Was that the will of the council to pull it just for discussion or for a vote?
It was for a vote.
I'll say for both.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Any other items on consent for discussion or a vote?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I've got D Delta and I India just for discussion.
Move approval for consent items excluding C.
Okay, the motion made to approve the consent agenda except for item C made by Lowry. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Post. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And motion carries 7-0. So with that, we'll have a discussion on item C.
Mr. Chair, you did not motion and vote for the Tippin Davidson Award, so if you guys could do that before Donna gets into her presentation.
Is there a motion to accept
So
the
moved.
Tippin David?
Second.
Motion by Lowry, second by Wheeler. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you, Carissa.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of council. Donna Butler, Community Services Director. So after receiving the concerns that were forwarded to you via email, we put together a PowerPoint. So I apologize for the delay in getting it to you, but those comments came to us over the weekend. So we worked to put it together yesterday and this morning. So I want to take you briefly through the CDBG CV application for funding. It helps communities prepare for, prevent, or respond to the pandemic, includes social distancing, health, and safety measures. So we're eligible to apply for $653,841. All the other CV funds, for the most part, have been told to us, this is what you're getting, here's what you can spend it on. This was an application process through the DEO. The other funds came from the federal government. So 2 public facilities are being proposed, 2 ADA accessible restrooms at Maytown Spur and Cow Creek, and they are an eligible use of funds. So, park improvement projects are considered public facility projects, and here's some examples of similar awarded CDBG projects that we've done. And actually, I've provided to you in your packet this morning 3 years worth of annual plan, 1-year action summaries of our CDBG programs that the cities have come to us and you all have approved through the CDBG annual process. River City Nature Park ADA restroom, Spring Hill Community Resource Center public service, sidewalks, a lift station, Lydia Pettis Park basketball court, Coleman Park improvements, Riviera Park ADA parking, Hope Place public service. So there have been a variety of different park improvements that are regularly done. So I just wanted you to know that this is a regularly acceptable use of these funds. The only difference being it's supposed to be a little bit more COVID focused. So recently you approved 3 CDBG CV park improvements, $750 for replacement of existing playground equipment at Spring Hill Park, Sylvester Bruton, and Seville Park. And in our recent 2021-22 CDBG plan, $200,000 for another trailhead ADA accessible restroom at Gobbler's Lodge, which is also in that area of that trailhead on the southeast side of the community. This isn't the complete cost. Parks will be either seeking ECHO grant using general fund or to match any ECHO grant, or they will go ahead and use the trail set aside depending on what's available at the time. So just wanted to put a little bit into perspective how wonderful you all have done in supporting the homelessness and the indigent in our community. A lot of folks are saying, hey, wait a minute, this is money specifically for these folks. Well, you've already spent $55.9 million. So when you look at the ESG-CV, CDBG-CV, home, ARP, all these things, shelter renovations, prevention, rapid rehousing, homelessness, those at risk of homelessness, the $26.2 million that's been allocated for rental assistance, and you committed of your own COVID-19 funds, the $23.9 for rent and mortgage assistance. So you all are completely committed to serving those with less in our community. So this project does tie back to COVID-19 by supporting social distancing. Being outside is one of the best ways to social distance, and it's free. Encouraging the use of the trail for outdoor recreating. I regularly use Lake Beersford Park. It's nearby to where I live. It's about 1.5 miles, but I do drive there. I've walked it, I've run on it, and I have biked. There are people of all types that are using that trail, and it's a wonderful activity. And I too have taken advantage of the restrooms. But what's really great is we're going to have touchless sinks, hand dryers, and drinking fountains with water bottle stations. That's one of the things that folks have really asked for when we've gone out actually into the community for our ECHO grants. Could we please have drinking fountains with water bottle stations so we don't have to do that? It's a great COVID measure, and it's really helpful for those that do actually go long distances on trails. So low income eligibility, what does that really mean? Well, there is actually a presumption that if it's a low income population, that it's going to meet a CDBG national objective, But there are all kinds of populations who are in this presumption: elderly, severely disabled, homeless persons, abused, battered, illiterate, migrant persons living with AIDS. There's quite a few that fall into that category. So our census tracts are what we use to determine eligibility. In this case, it's eligible because it's an ADA bathroom, but wanted you to know that disabled population in the Maytown area is 795, with low and moderate income population of 1,300. Cow Creek, a little higher, 2,400 and 3,700 respectively. So one question was asked by Councilmember Robbins, hey, could we go ahead and put an ADA portalet in there? It costs us approximately $1,500 a year for an ADA portalet. Our maintenance costs are about the same. So we previously had considered broadband for this grant program, but the timing of the DEO grant is a little bit different than our federal grants. So we really feel like it's better aligned to be used with our ARPA funding, and we've been hearing that there might also be some other federal funds that will be available for broadband. So that's why this was recommended. And that's it. Any questions?
Barbara Gertman.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to state that I am supportive and comfortable with the funds being used in this way. Again, because of COVID, outside activity, being able to have clean facilities, accessible, updated, to be accessed by the community at large. So I understand the concerns, and I thank the public for bringing it up so we can have this discussion, and it helps give better clarity to what those opportunities are, any criteria or limitation or barriers around those funds or opportunities. So I think it's great when the public comes and brings that to our attention, but I also think that it's important that we utilize those funds in ways that can have a long-term effect on a broader community, and especially for outdoor activities, because I think that's the direction we need to go with many things to support our low income, moderate income, and the total public. So thank you to staff for your effort, and thank you to the public for bringing that to our attention and giving that opportunity to share and help understand why it is the way it is. Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate you bringing the numbers that you did on the amount of low income and disabled people that are in those areas. I spent half my Saturday last week with two people, both disabled, with the issue of crossing A1A to get to a beach ramp. And at first they were a little timid, you know, there's only two of us, but then as we talked and we met other people, they actually represented quite a few of the aging population in that area. And so we sometimes forget that. But I think this is, I also support it. I think it's a good project, right in line with the way that these funds should be spent, and probably how you started off. Getting outside, moving your body, whether it's in a wheelchair or with a walker, as was the case on the beach. It's helpful to get people out of any income level. It's part of getting Volusia healthy. So with that, Councilman Lowry?
Yeah, I had just a quick question. Are these restrooms going in at both those trailheads?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's all.
As well as Gobbler's Lodge, which you had previously approved.
Any other questions? Is there a motion? Billy Wheeler.
I would like to move to approve.
Second,
this
Gertman.
Funding. Thank you.
Motion to approve by Wheeler, second by Gertman. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes unanimous on item C. Okay, then we had discussion on item D and I. Heather Post, was that you?
Yes. So we have been talking recently about the partnerships with Mid-Florida Housing, and this is obviously relative, so I just wanted to make sure that we discussed it and that it was noted. And if you could explain what this item is about, I'd appreciate it.
Sure. So one of the things that we struggle here with in Volusia County is the expenditure of home dollars on CHODOs. So a CHODO, which we like to use our acronyms, is a community housing development organization, and they play a special role in facilitating affordable rental housing for those in need. So we've had an ongoing relationship with Mid-Florida Housing. And this is for the acquisition and rehabilitation of a single-family home. We've done this many times before. And then we're also providing them $10,000 for operating expenses so that they can get the work accomplished and then continue to utilize the home for affordable rental housing.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And then India was the grant from Florida Fish and Wildlife Commission for removal of 5 derelict vessels from the St. John's. And the reason I wanted to bring this up is I know even just in my term, we've had quite a few hurricanes, and I've talked back and forth with the city of Holly Hill about derelict vessels there after the hurricanes, and it's just been it's been a problem all along, and so I just wanted to point out that we are getting another grant. I had questions from the public about the 5 derelict vessels, because they had suggestions for ones to be used, but wanted to point out that these are 5 that we've already identified and that we are working to take care of. So very important. And Ginger, could you just speak to the impact, the environmental impact of the derelict vessels? So it's not just a visual impact negatively, but the environmental issue as well.
Yes, ma'am. Ginger Adair, Environmental Management Director. Yes, so these derelict vessels, depending on the vessel, can have all kinds of harmful pollutants in the vessel themselves. Typically, the salvage company will pump out any of the fuels or any of the harmful materials, but then just the materials that the boat is made of too, not just the fuel, can be harmful both to wildlife and to navigation. So it's really important that we get these out of the water, and the FWC has provided these grants, and so we've really been trying to hit the St. Johns River really hard, and we have some coming up on the east side too.
Thank you. I want to thank staff for your work on this. I know it's been a long haul, and FWC has certainly been very communicative and very, very good at getting back with us. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Heather. That brings us to item 3. Budget resolution, approval of capital budget resolution for Federal Transit Administration 5307 and 5339 grant funds.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Kelvin Miller, General Manager for Votran. Today we come to you with yearly allocations we get from the Federal Transit Administration. One of them is the 5307 Urban Formula Grants, and that is used for our capital and operating expenditures. The other one is a 5339 bus and bus facility grant, and that is basically used for our capital projects. Today we request approval for appropriation of $1,659,899 of those section 5307 and 5339 funds for our capital projects for the year. Some of those projects will include replacing engines on our larger buses, replacing hybrid batteries on our hybrid electric buses, replacing some transmission on our older buses, also replacing some hydraulic shock lift in our maintenance shop, and then we have other miscellaneous support equipment that we use. One would be expansion of our parking lot and some other support equipment for the transit system. All of these are capital items. They are all 100% funded by the federal government. Any questions?
We have several. Councilman Lowry?
No question. I was just going to move approval for item 3, the approval of capital budget resolution and grant from the FTA.
Motion by Lowry, second by Wheeler. Discussion, Heather Post?
Same, I was actually just going to move approval, but really point out that this is federal funds.
We're accepting revenue.
Yes.
That is correct.
That we are totally okay with accepting money
Yeah.
coming into
It's
the
all
county.
federal funds.
Yes.
Yes. And seeing no other questions, all in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0 on item 3. Item 4, another budget resolution, also accepting revenue of $1,298,220 appropriation of funds for the fiscal year 2020 staffing of adequate fire and emergency response grant. Director Pozo.
Yes, sir. Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of council. Joe Pozo, Public Protection. This is a budget resolution to appropriate funds in the fire division from the fiscal year 2020 staffing for adequate fire and emergency response grant, otherwise known as SAFER. It's FEMA funds. It's 100% funding for 6 firefighter positions for a 3-year period. And we came to council March 2nd asking approval. We were granted to apply for this grant. We received it in September. We're asking that you approve it.
Heather Post.
Just want to point out on this one, again, FEMA money, federal money is coming in for 3 years, but I want to really point out that I hope after the 3 years that we continue to fund these positions, and
yes, ma'am.
we'll be keeping an eye on that for sure. But move approval of the appropriation of the funds for the FY 2020 staffing for adequate emergency response grant.
Second.
Motion to accept the $1,298,220 by Post, second by Lowry. Seeing no other requests for discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you.
Item 5, budget resolution contract with Latour Enterprises, Inc., doing business as Economy Electric Company for the Ocean Center lighting upgrades.
Morning, Chair, members of council. Again, approval of a budget resolution and also part of to transfer funds for a LED lighting project at Ocean Center. First, to give you a little current status, the arena is in its 36th year of operation, continuous operation, so getting a little age on it. Many components are original to the facility. No longer can source parts and can't even buy some light bulbs we need now for some of those old fixtures. So we're in a good place and a good time to do this. Well, also, as you can see, we currently have because of the way the arena is used, you've been there for basketball. Sometimes it's used as a trade show floor. Sometimes it's used as live entertainment with the stage on the east end. Lots of different lighting systems, lots of different panels in the wall to control it all. So 7 different systems as well for all the different areas, and lots of different types of lights. Right now we use a lot of incandescent lighting, a lot of quartz lighting, and predominantly metal halide lighting in the arena. So a lot of different types of things to maintain as well. That will be improved, hopefully. Oh, there we go. We're looking at LED lighting to replace all those different systems. A lot of advantages come with it. The first you see there in bold letters, operating cost. That's what you hear most of the time. It's true. I mentioned the dominant system in our arena is metal halide lighting. All those metal halide lights are 1,000 watts, and they generate about 60,000 lumens out of that 1,000 watts. We'll get the same 60,000 lumens for 400 watts with LED. So 60% savings on power in the dominant lighting system. The efficiencies, when you compare it to incandescent and the quartz, are even greater. So we know we'll save at least 60% running lights, and should save more than that when you get into the other lighting systems. Great thing about programming, I mentioned the 6 or 7 different systems we use in that facility now. Each one of these new LED light fixtures, benefits of technology in the world we live in now, each one of those fixtures will be IP addressable separately So we can actually control each fixture in the arena when we choose to with the new software. And we'll pre-program a lot of scenes in there to make it easy, but again, infinitely controllable system. And also, when you do a live entertainment with metal halide, or as we call the old tennis court lights, right now we can't strike and restrike. Those are just words in entertainment business. It means go dark and turn your lights back on. We can do it, but you got to wait 15 minutes for those lights to come back on. So we'll get a new capability in that area as well, which will make us, we do a lot of live entertainment, but it'll make us more attractive to those type traveling shows as well. Other advantages, I mentioned all the different control systems we have, different wall panels. All this new system will be able to be controlled one panel, one laptop, one tablet. You know, you can walk around the arena with it and use the Wi-Fi system to control everything from one location. Get better light quality as well. It's not reflected light, it's direct light from the LED diodes, just superior light quality. I have vibration resistance as a big deal. You've never been in my office when a concert's going on, but you can come watch the things vibrate across my desk when they're playing. So that type of resistance is LED has it, metal halide does not. That causes degradation of the fixture over time, degradation of the ballast. And I mentioned the no unwanted heat load. 10 to 15% of the power we use in that metal halide system generates heat, which is not something we care for in Florida very much. We try to dissipate as much heat as we can. So lots of advantages. I will summarize by saying long term, we'll get a better customer experience, greater reliability, a lot more longevity out of the bulbs. LED systems generally last 5 times longer than metal halide. And the big deal, the cost savings. So we definitely recommend that this contract be awarded to Latour Associates for this project.
Welcome to the 21st century. Councilman Lowry?
Yeah, I was going to mention about the heat, but you touched on that. That was a big factor there with the air conditioning. I want to move approval for item 5, contract with Latour Enterprises for the upgrade lighting in the Ocean Center.
Second, Gertman.
I think Robbins was first with the second of 3 seconds.
But I also had a question.
Yes. Councilwoman Gertman.
You said 40% savings. So what does that 40% equate to?
Well, it's actually around 60% savings because the cost to operate is about 40% of what it is now. The arena is not metered separately, so it's hard to really put a number to the actual amount we'll save, but we know the LED system can operate at 40% of the cost of what we're currently operating. Now, the arena is one of our most popular large spaces. As of September 30th, we had 180 days booked right now for the next 12 months. That's almost every other day, so we're proud of that. So it will be significant because it's of our major spaces, it is one of the ones that is more frequently used. But I can't put a number to it. Our total utilities budget is about $1.2 million. A lot of that goes towards air conditioning, but a lot of it does go to lighting when you're lighting a 330,000 square foot building. So.
Okay, so you're saying you can't quantify what percentage is lighting versus AC, so it's difficult to determine what that 60% saving.
Yeah, I can guarantee you that when we turn on lights, we'll save 60%, but I can't tell you how much of the lighting is for that $1.2 million because none of it is metered separately at present.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
Not seeing any more, any other questions or discussion. I'll call for the vote to approve the $1,729,163 expenditure for contract with Latour Enterprises to upgrade the Ocean Center lighting. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Thank you, Mr. Riddle. That brings us to item 6, a waiver request pursuant to section 72-1099 Code of Ordinances to allow a vertical seawall on 3.43 acres located at 474 East Halifax Avenue within Oak Hill city limits. Mr. Irvin.
Good morning. The Volusia County Code of Ordinances has very strict restrictions on the type of seawall you will construct in Class 2 waters. Class 2 waters are designated through the state And what we are concerned about is the effect that a vertical seawall has on overall environment and the geology, actually, of the area. Because what happens is that with vertical seawalls, as we've discussed in the past, it results in a scouring of the area, which undermines the wall and also eliminates the native shoreline, which does away with areas such as the native vegetation and some of these other things. What we have here with this particular situation is that the existing development that's out there was experiencing considerable erosion. If you look in your agenda packet, you'll see these photographs that were provided. And as you can see, due to various storms that have hit the area, plus just the natural waves occurring there, and well as the boat wakes that occur in this area, you can see that there was extensive erosion that was occurring there. So the property owner took it upon themselves to install a new seawall, 300 feet of a sheet pile that was gone through. As you can see, there shows how it was constructed. The image there where picture 3, breakwater structure, that shows some existing pilings that are out there to help in dissipating the wave action as it comes in towards that area. So staff met with the property owner and went over what exactly is required. And please understand that this is within the city of Oak Hill. So they went through basically Oak Hill for this process. Unfortunately, a lot of the work was done without permits. So now they're coming back and trying to retrofit, trying to do improvements. What we at Volusia County, because under agreement with Oak Hill, we implement our Class 2 regulations in that area, would require is that they come back with the typical shoreline planting that we expect to see. That consists of riprap, which is basically rock, which in this case we would require coquina rock to be utilized, oyster bags to help facilitate the growth of oysters and other mussels, and basically place it in front of that vertical element so that that way we don't see the undermining occurring. It allows for a native shoreline to be created, and it overall meets the general intent of what we're trying to get accomplished here. Leaving just the vertical seawall is not an acceptable alternative because, again, it will result in the scouring of the area. So we're looking at is what can be added on, what can be modified so that that way the property owner is consistent with our intent of our Class 2 regulations and still able to secure their property. These images give you an idea where the property is actually located. As you can see, it is located on the west side of the river. It's basically a peninsula sticking out from the mainland there. It is currently being utilized for an RV park. And so we've met with them on staff, went over their concerns, and so we do recommend approval subject to them meeting the minimum requirements we've established for the natural shoreline.
Council, any questions?
No, I'll move approval with exception.
Motion to approve by Councilman Lowry. Second
Johnson.
by Johnson. And discussion, Heather Post.
Clay, I know we've had some responses from the public on this, just on the basic seawall, the building of the seawall and the detriment that it may possibly provide. So can you just speak a little bit more to that in terms of this specific project?
Well, what you see here is that these images kind of reflect why their first and immediate step was to go in there and try and put something back to restore the property to the way it was. And so they utilize what is a traditional method of doing backfilling, which is coming up, driving sheet pile in, having the supporting posts, and then backfilling it. That's the standard protocol. What we in Volusia County and others are trying to do is get away from the vertical seawall because we know that the natural action of just the tides, the waves, add into it the boat traffic that's in that area, and also add into it any kind of storms that come in there. You do have an undermining. So what happens is the waves hit the wall, and instead of dissipating they basically shoot right down. And as such, that's what they create, that scouring effect. So it washes out. So your natural shoreline there, which can help with restoration of the shoreline plantings, as well as the critters that live in that area. That way, what we're hoping to do is, instead of allowing just that vertical seawall, come in with what we would require as far as the seawall being in front of it. So therefore, it's not that we're allowing the seawall in a vertical fashion, we're requiring additional treatment so it mimics the natural shoreline we would require. So we would come in, it was recommended, coquina rock is natural in this area. It'll be utilized as part of the base. We also have these oyster bags, which are used to help facilitate the growth of oysters in those areas because one of two things. One, oysters are naturally occurring in that area and it creates a natural shoreline and it helps keep some of the sediment and everything else in there so we don't necessarily see the erosion occurring. Second of all, mollusks are great filters. They come in and they help clean the water. Also, it gives an opportunity for shoreline plantings to develop. So that's why we're seeing that in this situation where a property owner made a mistake and went forward with some work without permits, we're able to work with them to come up with an alternative that will protect their private property rights as well as ensure that it's being consistent with our environmental standards.
So I understand that this is our suggestion. The two points that you have here in the agenda item. Is there anything additional that that they could be doing to help mitigate having a vertical seawall in the area?
I'm going to have Ginger kind of come up and give kind of an impact on that. But what you can see is that, again, providing for the shoreline in a natural setting indicates that it can be utilized for shoreline plantings. They are also restoring a 5-foot area adjacent to it for wetland plantings. So we see the combination of a structural and planting area working together to try and restore that into a natural condition.
Good morning, Ginger Adair, Environmental Management Director. So the other things that you could do on this site, so if the seawall had never been built, there were alternatives, although the property owner had previously done coquina rock and that wasn't sufficient. This is a high wave energy area. So the presence of the vertical seawall, if we mitigate that with this riprap area in front, right, to create a slope so that those waves don't hit the vertical seawall, they hit that slope. And so the other things we could require them to do would be to actually put plantings in that area, although those things may recruit on their own. And so it's likely that if we put these coquina boulders, we ask them to put in some soil, some oyster shells, that the natural process will take over and create a more natural shoreline in that area. So, that's why our code pretty much says you can't have a vertical seawall there unless approved by the council. And then other methods should be used in lieu of that vertical seawall. But if we put that coquina in front, it's no longer a vertical structure and it would meet the requirements of this code if the waiver is provided by the council.
Okay. And so the motion that was provided, I'm assuming that's with the two conditions, not just the approval of the waiver request?
That was, yes, that's what
As
Councilor
presented.
Lowry said.
Thank you.
Danny Robbins.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Irwin, is there anything that we can do just because on the sensitive side or the environmental sensitive side of this to maybe improve communication, or is there anything that you recommend where we can deter this from or lowering the probability of this happening in the future?
Keith Abramson, who works for Ginger and I, has done an excellent job. He's put together basically a document that we're distributing to anyone coming in for permitting, inquiring about permitting, and also distributing to our marine contractors. And it's basically the how-to for native shorelines. So it explains what Volusia County is expecting, where we expect it to occur, because again, we have several areas, not just here in the Mosquito Lagoon, we also have some of the areas up in the St. John's where we don't want to have this occur. And it shows these options that are available to property owners to ensure that they can protect their property from erosion, but still do so in a fashion that results in an environmentally friendly method. We're utilizing that primarily as an informational program. Also, it's a great document to, as you're sitting there trying to explain to somebody why they can't have what they see their neighbor had from 50 years ago, and explaining to them why it's a benefit.
So in your opinion, would this method that we'd be using now, would this be better, obviously, than what it is now and what it is prior to the landowner? What I'm trying to get at is,
yes,
is
sir.
this going to be above and beyond? Is this going to benefit this rather than take away or hurt it?
Yes, sir. As you heard Ginger reference earlier, the property owner attempted previously to use just coquina rock and boulders to help protect the erosion. Unfortunately, that was not sufficient enough, and as you can see by these photographs, they had some pretty heavy-duty erosion. You know, again, vertical seawalls are not necessarily the best answer, but if you use that in combination with the method that we're using for restoration of the natural shoreline, that provides a double whammy in regards to protecting the property owner and also protecting the environment.
Would a conservation easement help us anyway, or would that be beneficial to in the future to kind of throw in there?
Well, I mean, right now we're going to be looking at from wetland plantings. I don't know, did we require a conservation easement for that? Okay. We could require a conservation easement across the area that they're doing the wetland planting, so that way additional separation between that. It's basically you're going to have the seawall and then 5 feet of vegetation up there. And what we're seeing is they're going to restore the vegetation there. As Ginger's referenced, once you start getting that put in place, you have a natural ability for the shoreline vegetation to come back. And as much as we would like to believe that we know where exactly it should be planted, it's actually better to allow for nature to naturally come in and put things where they're supposed to be.
It sounds like you guys are on top of this. As long as it's going above and beyond for it, I don't see it, but thank you.
And we can also, I know that Kelly McGee from the River Conservancy has identified that the folks can reach out to her in regards to grants for other things that they themselves are working on to help further enhance some of the shorelines along that area.
Good job, thanks.
Billy Wheeler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That would have been great for one of those walls like Danny was talking about at one point, you know, to the artificial wall with a, but my question is, so what is the time frame? Do we have a time frame in which they have to comply once this is, I mean, I just don't want to sit here a year
Well, there's
from
an
now.
active code case against them, so therefore, if they don't comply, we can, I know the property owners are here if they want to give us a estimate, but I can guarantee you they're going to want to get it done as quickly as possible as well.
As well as we would like that also. Thank you.
So Clay, you have been given a problem that nobody on this council wanted you to get, and that is how do we restore this area for, when you and I talked yesterday, we were trying to figure out when this property was created. Would this property be allowed now? Would we approve establishing a peninsula in the middle of the lagoon?
Just to clarify where this is coming from, you're talking about the actual dredging that was done, that was created, because this was not a naturally made piece of land. This was man-made.
Correct.
No, sir.
We wouldn't approve this man-made.
It wouldn't be just us. It would, for the type of dredging and creation that you see here that occurred, they would have had to have gone through federal, state, and local, and I sincerely doubt they would have been able to survive that.
Is the current owner the same owner that created this peninsula?
I don't know. I would probably say not.
But he is the owner that did work without permits. Ginger, has this combination ever been done before of a vertical seawall and the
Yes, it's fairly common when a property owner feels that the only solution to the erosion is a vertical seawall, that we require them to do this other element in front. So it takes away that verticalness. In other areas of the county, it's fairly common. It's just that in this area of the county, the code says that those seawalls can only be installed if the county council approves it. So a typical seawall installation in other areas of the county would be a wall, such as you see here, with the coquina riprap in front of it.
Okay. Thank you. We will probably have these come to us in other locations where we're doing a combo, which would make sense. So I'm hopeful that they all work well. It gives the owner of a property extra feeling of security with a vertical wall. We also have strictly living shorelines without a vertical wall. How do they work?
Similar, so you create the structure, usually using boulders, and sometimes you can backfill with some native soil or oyster shell, and then we can have those be planted. They work well in an area where there's not a lot of wave action. This one in particular, because it juts out there, right? It's this unnatural structure that juts out into the river. It's stuck out there in the middle of all that fetch. So that wave action and the wind is just pounding this property. In most areas, most naturally occurring shorelines in the county, you don't have that amount of wave action. And so a living shoreline without the vertical wall can work very well, especially if that work happens before the erosion becomes very critical, right? So if you're proactive and we put in some of those, rock revetment or something like that, and then either plant or allow the area to recruit plants naturally, those living shorelines can be extremely effective in protecting the property and in creating habitat and improving water quality, because those plants are going to filter out pollutants that may be coming down from the upland. And then also, if you have mangroves or other vegetation growing there, those are really nursery areas for many of our commercial and recreational fish species. So the ideal situation is always a living shoreline. And that's where we try to educate people to get to. But there are cases where that living shoreline isn't going to be enough to protect the property, and then that's when we're really working with the property owner to say, okay, if you have to have this vertical wall because of your specific situation, how can we make that better so that we don't further degrade the lagoon or whatever water body we're talking about?
You're not 100%. This will work here because of the wave action. So we're doing the vertical wall, the living shoreline in front of it. Is there a reasonable chance that that will survive?
By survive, do you mean prevent further erosion?
I mean, will the plants grow and stay there?
Well, I think so. The question is, what is the water quality like? And if we see further degradation of water quality, then everything has a harder time surviving. The structure should be there to support the physical growth of the plants. It's about, is the water quality appropriate to support the life that should be there? And so as we're doing all of the things we're doing as a county, right, all of the stormwater improvements, all the wastewater improvements, all the education programs, all those things that are helping water quality, that gives projects like this a better chance. I don't have a guarantee. I know. But
I was pretty sure that you didn't. Nobody can guarantee that. So I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but that's the dilemma that we're confronted with here. If we really wanted to restore the property to the way it was, it would be a lagoon. It wouldn't have this piece of property dredged and put there. And so now we have it. The use of the property is for RVs.
yes, it's an RV park.
Each RV has toilets, sinks, and waste. Where does that waste go when they flush their toilet, goes into the tank? What do they do with the tanks?
Yes, sir. We checked on that this morning.
Thank you.
They are approximately 1,500 linear feet to the very closest point away from one of our wastewater lines. They are utilizing a common septic system that is located with a drain field on the mainland portion of this property. So all of the sites have connections for that septic tank.
On the mainland side of the property. So the owner owns land.
Yes, sir.
over
As you
there
can
as
see, and it's a little bit harder to see, if you look at the middle map, which shows the aerial, there's portions of this development that are on the western side of, or on the mainland side there. As you can see, where Halifax turns into River Road at that curve, then Halifax goes straight. There are RV spots right there and there, and that's where the drain field is located.
Well, we're talking about the Indian River Lagoon, one of the most compromised bodies of water. We're trying to improve it. This is probably, arguably, the worst spot to have a septic system and a drain field, but here it is. What is the future use of this property? What could be allowed here?
That is within the city of Oak Hill and into the residential land use designation.
They could conceivably build one day, put houses on it, or...
Yes, sir.
You can't make that decision, but, okay, thank you. Danny Robbins?
Yeah, I was down, excuse me, just to the west of that. There's a little grass, little bank point there just to the west of the yellow lines. There's actually some native shoreline there that's thriving. We actually planted more, about a foot off the bank, more natural shoreline, and it's doing great. It's probably been out there a month and a half, 2 months. On both the north and south side, you can see that that area is rich in shoreline. So I have no doubt that it'll do fine, especially with some of those natural wave breaks there with the pilings that were pre-existing. We got to remember too that this was pre-existing. This has been here for a long time. And when it comes to the pollutants, obviously, you know, it's at the top of all of our priority lists to do the least impactful methods as possible. But this does appear from what staff says to go above and beyond. So I'm going to let's leave it at that, but it looks good. Thank you.
Okay, I don't see any other discussion, so I will call for the vote to approve the erection of the vertical seawall with the additional work that is included in this motion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by like sign? Aye. So 1 opposed, 6 in favor. Thank you. And Clay and Ginger, again, I want to tell you, you did good work here. You did as much as you could do with a situation that we should have never been handed, and hopefully we would never approve something like that again. Brings us to item 7, Children and Family Advisory Board funding recommendations.
Mr. Chair, may I just ask, was that 6-1?
Yes. What did I say, 7-1?
No, 6-1. I was just wondering who was the one against?
I was.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Good morning. Carmen
morning.
Hall, Community Assistance Director. This agenda item is requesting approval of the Children's Families Advisory Board recommendations for 21-22 funding in the amount of $2.4 million. This includes RSQ areas, contingency funding, special contracts, and summer camp scholarships. We have 5 RSQ categories, and that includes 5 lead agencies that implement this funding in the amount of $1.7 million. We also have 3 agencies in contingency that are not covered in the RSQ categories in the amount of about $80,000. Then we have special contracts and summer camp scholarships. We do have our sickle cell contract, which is to be determined. At this time, we don't have an agency identified to implement this funding, but once we do, we will bring it back for approval. That's it.
Heather Post?
I wanted to point out on here the additional the contingency applications we have as well. I noticed the Junior League of Daytona Beach with the diaper bank program, and I can tell you, as a member of Junior League for many years, I was in the league when the diaper bank program was instituted, and I wanted to ensure that the residents of Volusia County truly understand that that is the only diaper bank in Volusia County. This is the only way that people who cannot afford diapers, this is the way for them to get it. And a lot of people don't realize that no matter how much government assistance you're getting, you know, through WIC or whatever it is, you can be provided assistance for milk and cheese and all of those things, but not for diapers. And so imagine a very low income family with no diapers, and then you wonder why a poor child ends up sitting in the same diaper all day. You know, and diapers are tremendously expensive. So very, very glad to see that they are now putting in for more applications and really working to expand that program. And it has expanded tremendously, and I'm very glad that the county is partnering with them. Thank you. So move approval.
Second.
Motion to approve the expenditure of $2,410,472 by Post, second by Lowry. Seeing no other discussion, all in, Billy Wheeler.
Excuse me, if I could just ask, what is this pretty much what we received last year? That these groups got, they got the same amounts?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
I'll call for the vote. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Okay, items 8 and 9. We'll start with 8, budget resolution, proportionate fair share agreement with Meritage Homes of Florida, Inc. and the City of Daytona Beach for the Legends Preserve development, accepting revenue of $1,827,849.
Very good. Good morning, Tad Casebeer, County Engineer. As you stated, this is a proportionate fair share agreement between ourselves, the City of Daytona Beach, and Meritage Homes for the Legends Preserve development over in the LPGA area. It's for a total of $1.8 million approximately, and the money would be earmarked for the Williamson project from Strickland to Hand, widening that from 2 to 4 lanes.
Heather Post.
So you mentioned this was in the LPGA area. Just wanted to point out, so proportionate fair share agreement with Meritage Homes of Florida and the City of Daytona Beach for the development. There's a lot of development that the City of Daytona Beach is approving along this corridor, and this is simply us saying that we will absolutely take the proportionate fair share monies to try and put it towards the impact that it's having on our roadways and elsewhere in the area. So just wanted to point that out. So move approval.
Okay, motion to approve by Post, second by Lowry. Barb Gertman for discussion.
Thank you, Chair. There's been a lot of development in that area, which would mean there would be quite a few other proportionate shares. And my understanding, you wait to accumulate funds to be able to put them towards the project. Can you give some idea of the amount of proportionate funds that have been received in that region for
in Zone 1?
Projects, yes.
I don't have the number off the top of my head. If I recall correctly from the presentation, we're up around, I think it's around $12 million in that area. Now, just because we have a proportionate fair share agreement in place between ourselves and the developer and sometimes the city, doesn't mean that we get that money in hand. A large portion of that is tied to certain aspects of the development. If it's a subdivision, we wouldn't collect that potentially until final plat. If it's a site development, we wouldn't collect it until before they're issued the development permit. Sometimes they don't move forward from the discussion, the agreement into actual development. We've had that happen in a couple of places, or they just don't move forward in a rather quick time frame. So, for example, we're earmarking quite a bit of money to the Williamson projects over there. We split out that intersection at Strickland simply because we didn't collect enough money for that other portion, and we wanted to go ahead and move forward with that sooner rather than later. We currently have about half of the construction costs for that Strickland to Hand portion of Williamson in hand, but we're still waiting to collect. This helps get us over that line, but it will be potentially quite some time before we collect all of this money. So I don't know if that's the direction you were asking, but yes.
I just think it's helpful for the public to understand how that money comes in and how it's held till you can get enough of it to, you know, do an improvement. Right. And that there's been money coming in along the way, because when you compare impact fees, proportionate share, just a better understanding of it for the public, I think, is important to help them better understand it.
Right. Sometimes we pair it with money that we already have for a project. The southern portion of Williamson, for example, from LPGA to Strickland, we were able to, we had some money that we used from local option gas tax. We got some money from a developer, the North American Development Group, where the Tanger and the other commercial areas are to the south. They gave us approximately 1.8, and then we were able to use that to get a grant from the state for the Jobs Growth Grant Fund. So it's not always just the development fund. Sometimes it's paired with money we have, or we can use that to get other grant funds as well. So we can usually grow that money if the granting agencies have money to grant. So,
thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Barb. We do have a member of the public that would like to speak to this, Parker Minchenberg. Parker, are you the engineer on this project? And he's also is open to answer questions from council.
Good morning, Parker Minchenberg, 1729 Ridgewood Avenue. Just a couple of comments. We actually have the checks. We're going to pay both of these fair shares today. These are two subdivisions that are in the old part of LPGA, so they're kind of both infill. So finally, LPGA is going to be developed out. That helps the golf course, the restaurant there, et cetera. So if you got any questions, I'll try to answer them. Pretty straightforward.
Could you just share with us the questions that I've had from the public? Will this money be used for, it's going to be used for improvements on roads in the interior where the residents live, or out in LPGA where everybody's struggling with the road?
No, all the roads interior, my office designs, the developer pays for those. So Tad's probably going to be able to answer that question better than I, but it would go toward the Williamson widening, Strickland north to Hand. We also have a bottleneck at the Tomoka River by Margaritaville. My understanding is that's in this district. So quite a few projects coming your way. My office has designed quite a few and has a few more. They're all subject to fair share, so there'll be more checks coming.
Thank you for clarifying that. Any other questions? Thank you for coming. We have a motion on the floor to accept by Post, seconded by Lowry, to accept the revenue for the proportionate fair share agreement. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Item 9, continue on.
Yes, sir. Item 9, similar to item 8, same area. Again, agreement between ourselves, Meritage Homes, and the city of Daytona Beach for proportionate fair share impacts caused by the project. As Parker mentioned, and it's in the LPGA subdivision, last portion of the infill. The amount to be collected as part of this project is just over $1 million. And again, it will be earmarked towards the Williamson project from Strickland to Hand, widening from 2 to 4 lanes.
Thank you. Heather Post?
Chad, so this is the second one, and the monies are going to be used on Williamson between Strickland Range and Hand. You know, we're getting the question on LPGA South from 192 to LPGA. Where is that money coming from?
At this point, well,
it's in
you know, with the
design,
project,
so.
the DOT is studying that portion as a part of their PD&E that is associated with the I-95 and LPGA interchange. So we don't want to earmark any money until that's done and they make a recommendation. As a part of their recommendation, they'll also include cost estimates, so we know based on what comes out of that study, what the costs likely are to be. And then we go ahead and start moving forward with collecting money for that. Now, with these two projects on Williamson, we now have enough money committed, not necessarily in hand, as I kind of described before. We've got enough agreements to cover the cost of that portion. Anything that we would be collecting in the future, we've generally been putting into a zone-wide fund for that area with the goal of potentially doing something with LPGA. We do hope that when the PD&E study is done and the recommendations are made, that we can work with the Department of Transportation and either leverage money from them or get them to construct a good portion of the improvements that are necessary, potentially at the bridge, which is probably the most expensive portion per foot of the road construction through there. But we want to try and leverage their budget as much as possible and minimize the impact to ours. But any of our proportionate fair share moving forward, we would start gathering, and it would supplement whatever DOT doesn't cost on LPGA.
And so my second question from a citizen on regards to this specifically, with the proportionate fair share going on Williamson, how much more do we need on Williamson to finish that section? Because it seems as if every project that we're
This
doing,
gets us over that.
This
Between these
completes it,
two,
correct?
Correct. Between
Okay.
these two, we get over. We needed approximately 8.8. We had 2 from the state, and then the rest of it we've been generally filling in with proportionate fair share payments. So this gets us over that total overall, and there's a little bit of excess. That said, we haven't bid the project yet. We don't know exactly what the cost will truly be when we get to that stage. We still have to collect about half of that money from the developers.
But with these approvals, we will basically be over that assignment
Yes, ma'am.
of monies. Okay, thank you.
We also have Parker Minchenberg here to speak to this issue. Do you want to speak, or you were here to answer questions? Are there any other questions?
Did we get a motion?
We don't have a motion or a second yet.
Move approval.
Second. Okay, Billy.
Motion to approve by Post, second by Wheeler, to accept the $1 million plus funds proportionate fair share agreement with Meritage Homes of Florida. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0.
Okay.
And that brings us to item 10, discussion and direction on naming rights and sponsorships. Good morning.
Good morning. Janine Jennings, Business Services. I'm going to start by going over just a quick overview of some of the information that we have gathered. And then I think we're going to have some discussion and give us a little bit of direction of the path that you want to take. The first big step would be telling us that, yes, you want to move forward with naming rights and sponsorships. So just a little bit about the history of what we've done in the past. We started off with basically having a sun care sponsorship program, and that's where we had Panama Jack came in and we gave them a list of everything that we needed for the beach. Swimsuits, tide boards, sunscreen, umbrellas, and they provided all the merchandise, and we printed Panama Jack on everything out on the beach. So that was one of the first types of sponsorships that we did. Before that, we had one, I think, with Hawaiian Tropic for basically the same thing. The big one we have done in the past is with Coca-Cola, and basically this is called what is known as pouring rights for the county, and that was for county facilities only. It wasn't for the cities. City of Daytona Beach had one with Pepsi. We had ours with Coke. And what that did is they had an exclusive agreement that our snack bars, our ocean center, our beach concessionaires, our vending, any event that we had in the county provided Coca-Cola. And for that, the sponsorship was given, they provided us funding, and they provided advertising, and they provided us product and some scoreboards. So the next slide kind of talks about our assets, because what you'll hear a lot when we start going forward with putting out a solicitation, if we go that direction, is how do we analyze our assets? And whenever you hear assets, there are things that we have that are important to the county that we possibly can either sell naming rights to that will provide funding, or a sponsorship opportunity. And so these are just a few of the ones. These are not all of them. Danny, I did try to find a boat ramp too, but I couldn't find a good boat ramp. So ball fields, libraries, ocean center, marine science center, parks. They're just a few of the things that we're looking at. The tolls were on the first one, so upland parks. Those are some of the items that we see are probably some of the most valuable assets that we have in the county. So the biggest question I have that need direction is if we're going to move forward with me doing anything with naming rights and sponsorships.
Correct. Well, let's see if we can get you that vote, and then we can discuss some of the other questions that you've asked. Ben Johnson?
I'd like to make a motion to hire a firm which will provide the outreach and placement of naming rights and sponsorships, or development, or anyway, they outsource it for rights and sponsorship to look at it throughout the county.
Second. Motion by Johnson, second by Robbins, to have you move forward with the stipulation to hire an outside firm, which is the best way to go, and in my opinion, I concur with that. Look at the assets, but anyway, Councilman Lowry.
I noticed you were asking about the 3 or 5 years. Do you need that designated now?
Yes, y'all are making my job so easy today. Yeah, I think one of the questions we have is if we decide that the intent is to move forward with putting out an RSQ to hire a marketing firm or consultant to help us with this process, the timeline that we want to give them. Do we want to start with a 3-year contract, a 5-year contract? Just want to let you know we've been talking a lot to Miami Beach that recently went through this. There is a kind of a long lead time with placing some of the bigger items.
Okay. And before, the ones we had before, they were 5-year contracts, weren't they?
They were.
Yeah. Oh, I'd like to amend the motion to include the 5-year.
Okay. I'm going to amend the motion to include a 5-year. Let's deal with that and then vote for it, because otherwise we're going to have a string of amendments, I think. But so let's deal with the amendment first to require the 5-year contract. Is there a second to that motion?
Wheeler.
Second by Wheeler. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Now we go back to the amended motion from Ben Johnson to allow you to move forward with hiring an outside agency.
You didn't ask if anybody opposed.
Oh, I thought I heard, does anybody oppose the amendment?
I would like to see a 3-year with maybe 2-year extension.
Okay.
Since it's new to us, I'd like to see us be able to look at it in 3 years, not 5 years.
But the amendment was for 5 years, and the vote was, Carissa, please call the roll on the amendment so that.
I have comment discussion. I have some questions about it before we actually vote on doing a contract.
Then
because this is
Barb
the amendment
stated her
timeframe on the contract, right?
Were you finished, Barb?
Yeah, I mean,
you would
I
prefer
guess
3
I
years.
wanted as part of discussion.
Okay.
So I wasn't in support of the 5 year.
Okay. Heather Post.
I'm just, could you go over why we need to hire a firm to point out the highlights in the county that might be able to utilize the naming rights?
Absolutely.
And then how much that's going to cost?
I don't think I have an answer for the second one, but I have, I think, kind of an answer. The reason we are recommending that is we have in the past looked at trying to do some things in-house, and we have talked to the representative down in Miami Beach. They actually formed in a little group in their marketing group, and they have tried to do this on their own in Miami Beach with no success. So they came back and said we really needed a farther reach, and that's what a consultant can do. They can give us a national reach that possibly we don't have that experience to do. The consultant manages every piece of it. They manage the content. They go out, once we set forth like the restrictions that we have of what they can and can't do, they implement that, they negotiate the rates, they collect the funding, and as far as money goes, except for a task at the beginning of this where we probably would want them to go out and analyze and come back to us with what our top assets are, that would be a cost that we would probably pay them and maybe some reimbursables. Everything else is done on commission. So if they place something, there is a cut and they take it right off the top and pay us the difference. So there's not a lot of outspending of money up front. It is when they place it, they take their cut, we get our cut.
Okay, that is a giant point.
Yes.
So, okay. Okay, thank you.
Fred Lowry.
I just wanted to say, we're giving you direction today. You guys may come back and recommend 3 years, or you might recommend whatever. So when I was in Deltona, we learned we pass things until we change them later, and we can always come back later on, but we're trying to give you some guidance, to give you a starting point today. Thank you.
Thank you.
So the amendment that we're dealing with right now was for 5 years. Let's keep the discussion centered on that and deal with it, and then we'll move on to other things. Billy Wheeler.
Well, I was just going to ask a question. Do you want to vote on this? I'll ask the question. I would like to know why we stopped with Panama Jack and Coca-Cola. What happened that ended that we can maybe correct going forward?
My understanding with Panama Jack, it just ran their course and they did not want to put any more investment into it. They just they kind of stopped doing it altogether. Okay. Coca-Cola, we had a longer term relationship, but during the recession, they saw a really big hit and they asked to get out of the contract. So we had a good run with Coke, and I think about the same time, the city of Daytona had the same thing going on with Pepsi. So not to say that they would not, but we're looking at a lot of contracts. This nice big book I hear here are people outside that have done some sort of naming rights, and a lot of them have at one point had pouring rights. So.
Thank you. Danny Robbins, and then I'll come back to you, Barb, since you've spoken once on it and Danny has not.
Thanks, Chair. Do we have any other information on what kind of success Miami Beach is having, or any other municipality or county that's doing this?
We really don't. A lot of people out there are looking. If you go out to the NIGP National Board, there are a lot of purchasing departments looking for, hey, is anybody doing this and what are they seeing? The only ones that are providing anything are the ones that are actually naming stadiums and convention centers and things like that, like the Amway being named. So that's what you see a lot of right now. Miami Beach, they went out to bid in 2019 and began negotiating their contract, but didn't sign a contract until August of 2020. And they have now been hindered a lot by, like everybody else, COVID. So they are hoping to start seeing some traction in what they have put out. They actually awarded a contract to a branch of Spectrum that does a lot of marketing. So that's who they went with. And they have a couple of little ones, just like we did. They had a Coca-Cola one, and then they had an old one for one of their concert venues with Live Nation. But they've kind of bundled all that up into their new contract.
So we're so diverse here in Volusia County, whether it's our boat ramps or beach ramps, and there's products, obviously, like Panama Jack and all that support all those activities, but we have local companies too, like the new Sunglass Company down in New Smyrna, Bajío, and Bass Pro Shops here in Daytona. So I'm kind of interested to see how we can work some of these locals into this, and I think it's going to be positive, I'm hoping for. And, yeah, we'll just let her rip. So.
And I will say, Miami Beach has said they work very much hand in hand with the consultant. They provide them with a lot of input. They have regular meetings with them so that they can provide them input where they are receiving it, ideas. They also are kind of there as the gatekeepers to say, that's something that is not going to go well, right. Especially when they're looking at ballparks and things where there's children and the advertising doesn't mesh with the ballpark or the children activities.
There's just a lot of great businesses here, especially in Southeast Volusia, Boston Whaler, some big national or worldly names that I think that we can capture, and I think we're on the right track. We just got to kind of see if the shoe fits. So thank you so much.
Sure.
Thank you, Barbara Gartman.
I definitely support the idea of a consultant. I think they're a neutral party, but I also think we can glean so much from them, from their experience, right, of what they're seeing out there today and what people are asking for and what they're willing to pay for. Because I think if it's not something we've done before, then you're not we'll even know the extra questions to ask. Right, so I think that's definitely a plus on the consultant side. And regarding our prior sponsors, we used to have big beach events, right? We were known for that. So it makes sense that you would have, big sponsors, because we would have, targeted events for, spring break or whatever was happening on the beach. That's not who we are anymore, and probably not who we want to be, right? So I think we've also got to consider who we want to be when we grow up and who we're willing to, tag ourselves with, considering what we want to attract and who we want to be. So I think it's not only who's willing, it's also the branding and the face that we want to put on Volusia County and our beaches, and make that connectivity. So I definitely support the consultant and what we can glean from that.
I would like to add that was one of the first tasks also with the consultant that they asked the city of Miami, is they said what we really need to know also is we need to know who you are as a community so that they can place things that represent what they are as a community.
Yeah, again, I concur with the idea. We give up a little bit of money, hiring a consultant, but we gain all the expertise. Takes us off our desk. They can look at this broad range of assets that you have given them. And I'm assuming it's also possible that if we send out RFPs, we might end up with, you might have a company that you choose that we approve that does boat ramps and beach approaches, and another one that does harder assets. But that we will learn that as we go along. I have one question before I go to Heather Post for Councilman Lowry about the amendment that we're discussing for 5 years. Are you seeing that as a 3-1-1 or straight 5 years?
Oh. What we were doing today is kind of giving them a starting point. They may come back to us and want to do a 3-1-1. They may come back and say we want to do 3. So
we can make it up to 5.
Up to 5, and that would handle Barb's question as well, I think. Okay, Heather Post.
Janina, the consultant said the RFP that we would put out wanted to make sure that we weren't just. It wasn't just any advertising company that can just come in and take it over. I'm hoping that for this, because it is so very important, that we look for people who have done it and done it successfully. Can you speak to that a little bit?
Yes, I can. We really are modeling a lot of what we saw at Miami Beach. They put a lot of work into it, and like I said, they're the only, and what they did is they did a request for statement of qualifications. So what we are looking for is qualified people, and the way that they have set it up is we actually have started our solicitation just hoping we were going to move forward with it, and it is being able to show marketing and placement of naming rights and sponsorships over $100,000, because that shows that they're not placing 5,000 or 2,000, that they really are going for the 100,000 to the several $1,000,000 placement fees, and that's what we are asking them to provide. Show us what you're doing with other entities and what your success rating has been for placing a myriad of different assets. So that's what we've kind of set as the bar.
Okay, good, thank you.
Okay, Danny Robbins. No, that's all right.
I wouldn't want to, maybe I just got confused. I wouldn't want to discount anything under 100,000, if we get one for 50,000. So I definitely think, and I would be in support of looking at all of them.
Yes.
For the most part, we saw it during budget season. We came up with close to $3 million of little things, but this will add up as well.
Right, and I think when I say $100,000 is that they're not. It's not that they can't place a lot, because one of the things that they did there is they broke it out between naming rights and sponsorships, and sponsorships tend to be a lot larger because it encompasses more than just naming a building. It may be things like merchandising. For a lot of big entities like in Miami, it's boxes at civic centers, and it may be parking garages, and they want some parking spaces or whatever. So there's a little bit more on the sponsorship, where the naming rights may be lesser dollars, and there's a different commission rate, and those may not ever hit $100,000, but it would still maybe have some gradual income. But as far as the qualification of a firm, we're just trying to see that they have some national exposure and that they are comfortable with placing things upwards of $100,000, and they know how to vet those types of companies.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, let's proceed with Councilman Lowry's amendment to Ben Johnson's motion for an up to 5-year contract. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? There being no opposed, that vote is 7-0. And then we'll go back to the main motion by Johnson, second by Robbins, to give you the go-ahead to move forward with this whole program, specifically to hire an outside firm. Is that stated to your satisfaction, Councilman Johnson? Seeing no other people that want to speak, all in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And that motion carries 7-0 as well.
And, well,
Yes. Anything else that you want direction from right now, please let us know. And
I think the only other question, because I think we've looked at it, is I think we've talked about, is anybody opposed to having multiple firms if feasible? They put it out where they would say, do you want to bid on naming rights? Do you want to do sponsorships, or do you want to do both? So we can put one out, and you can make a decision when it's time to award if we do it all what is in the best interest of the county. But that was the intent, we would put out it individually.
okay, for clarification, a couple of people had questions. Heather Post.
So Janine, my main point is just to make sure that we are holding whoever it is. Number one, that they have qualified successes that they can show us, so it's not new to them, that they can come in and get started, at least headed in the right direction. And then that we also hold them accountable and ensure that what we're wanting is actually happening in the process. We've had many discussions over the last several years with our advertising authorities, with our branding we've discussed. So there's been, I just want to ensure that we're hiring a consultant company now to do this, and I want to ensure that in the end game that we're actually accomplishing what we want in spending this money. So we'll definitely be keeping up with them and ensuring that they are providing us with what we're asking for.
Yeah, and I think that I really did love the idea they have down there where they have the meetings and when they process an invoice for payment, they kind of do all right, what worked, what didn't work, and so they're always having those meetings and those conversations. Also, the intent is also we would not just willy-nilly say, okay, yeah, let's go ahead and do this. Everything will be brought back to you to also understand what the placement is going to be. So we intend to keep you very informed of the job that the consultant's doing and what they're looking at as far as placing, so that everybody feels good about it.
So like Danny was saying, I think that there's some tremendous potential, especially promoting our businesses. With
Absolutely.
Volusia, for sure. Thank you.
I'm guessing that what you just said is what you're about to hear now from Ben Johnson, and then the county manager would like to voice it too. Ben?
Don't tie the staff's hands, let them go out and explore to see, do we use one or do we use multiple?
I think you have total agreement up here. Mr. County Manager?
Yeah, in addition to that, what I was going to suggest, and I think Janine already hit on it, this process, you'll be seeing parts of this going forward. So what I would suggest is, when we have the RFP, we can put it on for a quick review. And again, I think, and I see one of her questions up there, given the sensitivity of this and the importance of it, and depending on what kind of response we get, I may suggest that this is one where there's a presentation in front of council and some election made that way. So at that point, we'll know, what are they willing, to your question, would they willing to take part of it or all of it? That way they'll structure their response accordingly, and then you guys could be, and again, if we get 30 people, we might want to do some work to pare that down, but I suspect there's only a few companies that are really versed in this, so if we get them, and you're in the number of maybe 3 or 4, they come and present directly here, and you'll get to see what they're thinking. So I think
I would also say one of the pieces, because this is an RSQ, is the ability of this. Let's say a big national company came out, it would not be unheard of if they were to engage with some local marketing firms to understand the local feel and bring them on as a partner, as a subcontractor. We've seen that also.
Billy Wheeler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I want to know, what if we have people already lined up? Would they have to go under this contract? Like I'm trying to find somebody for the Marine Science Center with a possibility. Would they have to go under this contract, or would they be excluded like in a real estate deal? I have someone already looking, or what?
I think that would be your decision, but I would say once we awarded a contract, if anything else was pending, it should go under that person, because they're also going to manage those sub-agreements for us, and they will manage it and make sure they're doing whatever they're supposed to be doing to hold on to the sponsorship or naming rights. They'll collect the money, they'll disperse it, and they'll provide all the information back to us. So that, I think once this goes out, I would say it probably should go under whoever we hire.
Yeah, it may make it more appealing to them too if we have, that's probably going to be a very lucrative, I would hope so anyway, property. So, the will of the council, but I'd like to see it not taken away from the overall. We should also, whoever gets the contract, we should give them Ron Rice's name, the creator of Hawaiian Tropic, because he's also creating another suntan lotion company now, and he needs advertising. So, would you like a vote, County Manager? Would you feel better with a vote on whether or not we form a committee to approve selection committee to approve the companies that brought to us. And I would say if you get 30, I agree with Ben, pare them down to the 5 you think are the best or whatever number, and then bring that to council.
I would love to have 30, but we can see what we get in, and then we can bring it forward, and if we want to, then pare it down to the top 2 or 3, whatever you decide. We'll bring the top 2 or 3 back to council for presentation.
Do you need a vote for that?
You don't necessarily need a vote if you're all in agreement, because we can always ask later, depending on what we get.
Okay.
But that'll be our plan.
I think everybody's confident in giving you the ball and say go with it.
All right.
Thank you.
We'll get moving. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that brings us to item 11, discussion and direction on proposed ordinance 2021-28, beach parking rules for buses, trailers, and RVs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members of council, good morning still. Paulo Soria, Senior Assistant County Attorney. This is item number 11, beach parking rules for buses, trailers, and RVs. This is a proposed draft ordinance with language for council to review and give staff further direction. So this is kind of an update. This was actually direction that we received from council quite a while ago. So it addresses some citizen complaints regarding large vehicles such as RVs and buses that are parking on our off-beach parking lots adjacent to the beaches or parking on the approaches themselves. This is not dealing with parking on the beach. That's not really the issue here. So the concerns are it actually interferes with beach access because of these overly large vehicles. It interferes with beach parking because they're taking up multiple parking spaces or they're blocking some parking spaces. There's interference with the drive aisles because these large vehicles are reaching out and interfering with the normal drive aisle for parking. And also there's complaints about, potential camping for these RVs on these public parking lots instead of going to an actual RV parking lot. So in order to address some of these concerns, the proposal is mainly to incorporate Chapter 118, which is the parking ordinance of Volusia County. It applies in the unincorporated area, to Chapter 20, which is the beach code. And therefore, the parking standards would then apply to the approaches and would apply to the parking lots that are adjacent to the beach, which are now considered approaches. They're under the beach code pursuant to some amendments this council did in 2017. The proposal uses the existing parking standards that are applicable in the unincorporated areas of the county. So it does prohibit, parking, stopping, or standing when, when there's a sign saying you cannot park, stop, or stand in those particular areas. It prohibits, double parking, such as parking one in front of the other. It uses the same parking procedures for violations. So there's a parking citation. If you pay it, you've paid your parking citation, you can challenge it to county court and going through that process. If you challenge it, usually there's an increased fine, up to $100 if you challenge it and you lose before a county judge. The proposal adopts the approved fine schedule that this council approved last year, which, if you recall, raised the parking fine from $15 to $35 across the board, with the exception of handicap parking, which is still at $250. So that's kind of what we're proposing here, solely going for consistency and application, so that when you transition from parking on the side streets to maybe parking on the approaches or the beach parking, that the same rules apply and kind of the same, penalty would apply. Additionally, to address these large vehicles, we are proposing that these large vehicles, when parked, are declared per se a nuisance. So buses, RVs, and tractor trailers greater than 33 feet are already prohibited on the beach and on the approaches. There are exceptions, such as when this council grants a special exception for construction activity or part of the concession agreements. So you've kind of seen those. So we know that those have logistical issues of getting on and off the beach and causing beach access issues. We're also trying to address vehicles that, when parked, do not fit in a standard parking space. So they're either modified or they're just too large to fit in a standard parking space. So a handicap space is 20 feet long. I think it's usually around 12 feet wide. A non-handicap space is 19 feet long, and depending upon where you are, around 9 to 10 feet wide. So when parked, if your large vehicle can't fit in that area, that would also be subject to a parking fine. Or if you have a vehicle and you park across multiple spaces, that's also subject to a parking fine. So that kind of addresses some of the complaints that we have. We're also proposing some rules that are applicable to all vehicles. We are kind of clarifying and providing an objective standard for overnight and overtime parking. So we are proposing that when, the default time when signed or unsigned is between 11 p.m. and 5 a.m. on the off-beach parking lots or approaches. And I just want to clarify that it's 11 p.m. I think there was something in the paper saying it started at 10. The language is before 11. So it applies to parking on, any portion of the beach. It also prohibits on parking on any portion of the beach other than a parking area. So and also the approach. So, don't just randomly park someplace where it's not a designated parking area if you're on the beach. And it also states as a fine, double parking on the beach itself. So, one car parking directly behind another car instead of parallel in series. That kind of has some interference with the normal travel way when you drive up and down the beach, because you suddenly have two lengths of cars you have to deal with. Usually the fines we're proposing to fine them kind of the same amount as we do in the county. So it's raising it from $25 to $35 to these parking fines, if that's acceptable to the council. I also have Jessica Winterwerp from the Coastal Division and Andy Etheridge from the Beach Safety Division. If you have any further questions, we are also proposing to make some citation corrections that we found in the parking provisions when we transplanted it to Chapter 20. There's some outdated references that we're going to go ahead and fix those. So if the draft language is acceptable, staff seeks, direction from council to proceed with advertising the ordinance and schedule for adoption, hopefully sometime in November.
Thank you. Billy Wheeler?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess this was something that probably I brought forward a year ago or something, a portion of it, and that was that I was having a lot of the beachside people contacting me about motorhomes set up, and taking up 3 or 4 parking spots, putting out their awning and keeping other families from being able to get in there. So if a person is there and they've parked, now you've got some meat that, that they can actually cite them for that now, correct?
Yes.
Because that was something that I was hearing from Daytona police as well as our beach guys, that they really didn't have anything to follow up on that. So if a person takes up 3 parking spots, can they be fined for 3 different spots, or are they just saying?
Unfortunately,
No,
only once.
I know the answer to that, but that was just a joke.
But if you recall, if you've been to some of our beach areas, you've seen these new signs that we provided that list the rules of the beach, and there's a noticeable large blank space on there that is meant for this ordinance. We're proposing to put a sticker on there, to remind persons who go to the beach, here are the additional traffic rules for parking on the beaches or the approaches.
Assistant County Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to touch upon the 11 p.m. to 5 a.m. time frame. And if you listen closely to Mr. Soria, he mentioned that these would be the default times unless signed differently, I believe. We have discussed, and I think it's staff's intent, to identify those off-beach parking areas that are principally in the core of Daytona Beach, and they're entertainment district, or at least what they referred previously to as their entertainment district, that have businesses open later into the evening and have those lots and ramps available for public parking later to correspond to the business operations in the nearby vicinity. So we will likely see some of those lots, and we're happy to bring those back to council if you'd like to see them, posted a different time frame to accommodate the businesses nearby, especially those that are surrounded by residents, whether it's condominiums or other forms of residential occupancy. Those, the 11 p.m. Will be the default time, because we're looking to protect the quiet enjoyment of those properties. So wanted to just emphasize that point for you. Thank you.
Barb Gertman?
So since we are a tourist area, where can I park my Winnebago when I want to go to the beach? Do we have another parking lot, or is there just no area for my
I will have to defer to Ms. Winterworth, but I do not believe we have public parking for oversized vehicles, for vehicles of that length.
Mr. Chair, if I could just add to that, when my husband and I had a very large motorhome, when we would go to Savannah, we'd have to park the motorhome in a regular parking area, and we had a car that we used. We knew that we weren't able to get into areas.
You don't have a car? You're not towing a car?
No, of course not. My Winnebago, I can't do that.
I'm sorry.
Just asking.
Jessica.
Other accommodations, since we are a tourist area, if there are other accommodations for people who can't tow a car or don't have a car, they have a Winnebago.
Winterwerp, Coastal Director. We get this question quite a lot, and from what I understand on the feedback that I get from the residents that call us and ask these questions, there's a lot of internet bloggers and I don't know if you call them chat rooms or forums or boards that you can go to and get all the hints about where you can go and where you can stay and dry camp and all this stuff. And it's become known in these communities that we don't enforce anything, that you can park all day and get kicked out at 11 and go to Walmart overnight and then come back at 5 o'clock in the morning again. What we tell people to do is, unfortunately, since it is oceanside and the majority of our beach approaches that will be affected on this are adjacent to the beach, we do have a couple parking lots on the west side of Atlantic Avenue that, even though they may be lined and spaced like a normal parking lot, they would fall under the county's regular ordinances and not specific to this one. So you've got Cardinal Avenue, you've got the Rockefeller off-beach parking lot, you've got a west side parking lot, Norman by the Sea, across the street from Al Weeks North Shore Park. You've got Tornado right now. I don't think the residents would appreciate that very much, but you also have west side of Bethune. So there are areas that would not fall under this ordinance that do provide beach access.
Okay, I just think it's important for us to have an alternative, since we are a tourist area, and not for overnight stay by any means, but somebody who wants to visit, I think we should have some option, and even if it's at a cost, right?
Sure. There are also some private lots available that offer that. So there's at least one in Ormond by the Sea, and a little farther up as you get into, I think, just south of Flagler County, you have that, and a state park. So there are some places that offer camping, so to speak, with those vehicles on the beach.
Thank you.
How does the public, a visitor, know about where these locations are?
The internet.
Google? Where can I park my RV?
With the varying municipalities that we have, we've got 5 coastal municipalities, and a prime example is Sunsplash Park. West side of Sunsplash Park, you can park on the road along the side of the roads, but you most definitely will not be able to do it in Ponce Inlet. So it's kind of it truly is grassroots on where to find places to park. And since there's so many options available that are not county managed or maintained, it's hard for us to recommend places to park because we may be pushing, a burden into a community.
Okay. To pick up on Barbara's point, I would hope and I would expect that if one of the beach patrol drove up to an RV parked illegally, that we would, before we give them a ticket, we would let them know where they could go park legally and make them happy for visiting here, correct?
There are a couple people, you have your regular routine, I'm just here for the weekend, I'm just passing through on the way to Miami or wherever they may be going. But when you tend to get into your off-season months, I know that there are a lot of folks that come in and you will see the exact same RV in the exact same park every single day until they decide to head back north. And it's those that start treating the park like it's their home. And that's when they start extending their awnings, they start taking up additional parking spaces, they start laying their clothes all around, and it just becomes different than
I get
a family towing and just wanting to go to the beach for a day.
One other question for either you or the attorney. I get a frequent inquiry from a motel owner in Ormond by the Sea on the west side of the road. On the east side, he has a little picnic area, and it's frequently, there's RVs that will park there all night. He has trouble getting to move. Would that be the sheriff's department, or who should he call because it's not working?
I believe we allow any law enforcement entity to ticket and enforce these codes. This is primarily enforced by beach safety, which are designated law enforcement officers. So they can either call beach safety or call the sheriff's office, or if they're in a municipality, a municipal law enforcement officer to enforce these parking regulations. We would have them signed so that it's obvious that a law enforcement officer knows what the parking rules are, and anyone who parks there would know what the parking rules are.
Thank you. Councilman Lowry?
Yeah, I'd just like to move that we let the legal proceed with the ordinance.
Motion by Lowry to proceed, second by Johnson. We do have a member of the public who would like to speak on this, so I'll invite him up before we vote. John Nicholson.
Mr. Chair, I think Jessica might have had some clarification on something as well, it looked like.
John Nicholson, Daytona Beachside. Yeah, this has been a pet peeve of mine, and in the neighborhood, it's the same thing. We have several buses that come in or converted RVs that stay for a week or two on Grandview, in front of my house, down a little bit further, and they sit forever, and eventually, with enough phone calls, the police will come out and get them to leave. My other pet peeve is your 5 to 11 kills me, because 3, 4 o'clock, I drive my car down to either Seaview or to Sunsplash and take my walk. And before I was allowed to do it, now I'm not going to be able to. So that's a big thing. And secondly, at Glenview, they need that for the bars. I think that was brought up. There's several areas that people park and they, enjoy the nightlife. And if those could be preserved, it would be great. Lastly, the $35, I don't think it's enough, because some of these things take up like 5, 6, 7 parking spaces, and it's $20 to park on the beach, and they're only paying $15 more, so they might as well park there and then pay the $15. It's cheap at that price. So you may want to think twice about limiting it to $35 for those large, if they're parking through several spaces, and it's a violation for each space they take. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Jessica, did you have something else you'd like to add?
Yes, sir. I believe the situation you're talking about with the motel owner, is that, and just to clarify, is that in Ormond by the Sea west of Ocean Shore? You talked about a motel
It's
owner.
Ormond by the Sea, and it's probably, I'm not picturing Ocean Shore. But
Ocean Shore is the main drag that has the dune, and then it's the ocean immediately. There's no
Oh,
development at
yes,
all on the east.
yeah.
So the Ocean Shore Boulevard is an FDOT maintained road. The beach code would not apply to that situation because it's only for beach approaches where we have county dune walkovers located at. They have private property that extends on the other side of the right of way, so they could reach out to the FDOT and talk to them about getting a no parking sign installed. The FDOT would then agree to install a no parking sign, and then it would be at VCSO who would enforce the no parking ordinance.
Okay. The owner did, and there's 3 no parking
They're still
signs
there.
there. So he'll have to deal with the, he didn't know if he should be calling highway patrol or who, so I'll just
SO
reinforce to
primarily.
call the sheriff's department.
Yes.
Thank you. All right, so we have a motion, excuse me, on the floor by Lowry, second by Johnson, to allow staff to proceed. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. And item 12, update on ordinance 2021-36 on e-bikes, e-scooters, and electric vehicles.
Yes, thank you again. Once, Paulo Soria, Senior Assistant County Attorney. This is a proposed, this is update on the proposed language for the e-bikes, e-scooters, and other electrical motor devices. I'll just refer to them collectively as e-bikes, and that'll just apply to them all. So this is kind of an update on proposed language, and here's what we're talking about. You know, you've got your standard e-bikes, you've got a picture of it, you've got a picture of your one wheels, which are considered e-scooters, you know, your electric skateboards, and other electrical motor devices. People have a tendency to take an electric motor and kind of strap it onto anything that could potentially move. So you get these like odd things that you may see on the beach. So we want to be able to capture these odd things. So here's the current situation. Currently under the beach code, these e-bikes are considered motor vehicles, but they're unregistered and they're not able to be registered, so they are technically prohibited on the entire beach. Back in 2020, the state amendment, the statute to remove e-bikes from the definition of motor vehicles and remove it from the definition of bicycles. It's its own standalone definition right now. So they also amended the statute so that currently today the county is authorized to restrict or prohibit e-bikes on the beach or the dune. In addition, the Florida Fish and Wildlife Service, for the purposes of the ITQ and HCP, considers all e-vehicles as motor vehicles. So there's kind of a tension, and we have to balance these competing definitions between our local regulations, the state regulations, and the federal regulations. So this is kind of the solution to allow e-bikes to the extent possible and be compliant with the HCP and ITP. So at the direction of council, we drafted the ordinance to allow e-bikes and other EMDs to operate in the urban and transitional areas. So that's not the natural beach management areas. Those are set aside and preserved for mitigation to allow the rest of the beach to accommodate beach driving. So per the direction of council, within those urban and transitional areas, they are allowed to operate inside and outside the driving lane. They're not restricted to where only cars are, and they're not restricted to only where the pedestrians are. They are allowed to operate year-round. There's no turtle season restrictions on them. They are allowed to operate in the traffic-free zones that are designated by council, so we're talking about behind the Hard Rock and in the kind of core area. Council also directed us to utilize a careless standard of operation or standard of care so that while these things are allowed on the beach, don't cause it such that you are a danger to yourself or other people. The council did not direct us to request the service to allow these e-bikes in the entirety of all beach management areas, and council did not direct us to completely prohibit them on the beach. So, in order to increase the beach access to these new devices, Here's our solution. So we amended the definition of motor vehicle to now exclude, e-bikes, e-scooters, and other electrical motorized devices. We're also amended the definition of motor vehicle to now match the state definition by citing that particular statute. We adopted the definition for e-bicycle as the state has provided with those classes and categories. We've adopted the definition for electric scooter that matches the state definition, and we've developed a new kind of catch-all definition for these other things that don't meet the current definitions, because you're not going to know what's out there. So hopefully that will work in the future. And these definitions balances all those competing interests that I kind of referenced. They are allowed to operate inside or outside the driving lane, and because they are no longer considered a motor vehicle, they are allowed in the entirety of the beach, but subject to the ITP and HCP compliance. So the result is that it does increase, public access to the beach. We're opening up, the non-beach management areas to these electrical devices, but to keep compliant with our HCP and ITP, we're saying you cannot have these in the natural beach management areas or the conservation zones that are designated in the HCP. We are also maintaining the hours of operation that are consistent with the ITP and HCP, so during those beach driving times, and Volusia County is subject to the Endangered Species Act, as well as continuing compliance with the ITP and HCP. I want to clarify that the proposed restrictions here, we're kind of thinking that this is going to be a civil penalty. We're not proposing to throw someone in jail as a misdemeanor for, I think, up to 60 days. So this is intended to be kind of a civil fine. Here are the proposed natural beach management areas. This is taken from your HCP. So it is the lighter green. These are the natural beach management areas have been unchanged since 1997. So those are your kind of no-go zones for your electric motor devices. The rest of the beach remains open to these things. We also were directed by council to kind of come up with a careless operation standard. So the standard rule is all vehicles must be limited to 10 miles per hour, regardless of how fast you could potentially go. Don't exceed that 10 mile per hour speed limit. That applies to cars. It also applies to regular bicycles, and it would apply to these vehicles as well. It is we're proposing it be a violation to operate in a careless manner, and that's kind of a standard phrase, but we give objective directions on what beach safety officer can consider a careless operation. So if you have a person on the handlebars or in any position in front of the operator, you're probably not operating it in a very safe manner. If you're operating at an unreasonable speed under the conditions, such as the area is very highly congested, as our beaches tend to be, maybe 10 miles an hour isn't the safe operating speed of these types of vehicles. Obviously, failure to yield to pedestrians, weaving in and out of pedestrians or stationary beachgoers would be considered careless operation. If you operate the device with more riders than it was designed to be, for, or just any deviation from any normal operation procedure. So for this one, we're kind of thinking that the penalty should be much higher, because this is a public safety aspect rather than strict compliance with the ITP and HCP. So we are proposing to have a higher fine and potentially reach that potential misdemeanor if we see one of these things occurring. So the conclusion is, if the draft language is acceptable, staff would seek direction to proceed with advertising the ordinance and schedule it for adoption by council.
Thank you. Councilman Lowry?
Yeah, I would like to move that we allow legal to move ahead with this ordinance with the 5 conditions that they've listed before us.
Motion by Lowry, second by Johnson, to move forward with the language as proposed from legal staff. Danny?
Chair, thank you. I just had a quick question. Was there anything in there involving the safety aspect, any requirements for lights just on bicycles, front and rear, visible 500 to 600 foot away, or a helmet requirement for under 16 years old? Was there any of that?
No, it's because we are most likely preempted from requiring any additional equipment that the state says that must go on these vehicles. Essentially, our reading of some of the case law and the way that the statute is written is the local governments are authorized to regulate the operation of these vehicles, but once you get into the required safety equipment, required licensure, or required insurance, you are preempted from there. The statute says that the operation must be the same manner as a bicycle.
So that was what the bicycle requires.
Right.
And I just wanted to make sure that it was clear to everybody, like subsection 3A, you hit on the careless end of it, no one riding on the handlebars. That's
right.
A careless manner. But the lights is going to be a big deal if they're in and out of traffic, especially kids too, the 16 years and older, 16 years and under. Subsection D of 316-2065 requires that helmet regulation. I was just more concerned just with the amount of congestion that we have on the beaches and traffic during our peak seasons that we're focused on the safety end of this.
Well, those would be state violations. We're crafting a careless standard of operation. Those would be kind of equipment failures for those electric vehicles, which at that point in time, they shouldn't be on, operating at that time of day or be in that particular area. We can't craft independent equipment requirements from the state, but we would, obviously, they can tag them for state equipment failures as required if they're not compliant with the regulations that apply both to bicycles and e-bicycles.
Okay, if there's no other discussion, I'll call for the vote on the motion to accept the language as you have presented it to us, and you can continue on. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0.
Mr.
Thank
Chair.
you, sir. Yes.
I just want to thank Jessica Winterwerp and Andy Etheridge and Ginger Adair working with Paulo, and there's some others I have not named, but you just gave some direction on two big projects, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, item 13, sponsor request, $1,500 from the United Way of Volusia, Flagler counties. I'm just going to let you describe it and carry it away.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Council. Gary Davidson with Community Information. And item 13, as the chair said, is a sponsorship request from United Way of Volusia and Flagler counties for their 2021 Herbert M. Davidson Award for Outstanding Community Service event. And this event will honor 3 local dignitaries, Dr. Mary McLeod Bethune, obviously posthumously, Joseph C. Petrock and Chris Villa. The event will take place on October 29th in Daytona Beach, and the request from the United Way is for sponsorship in the amount of $1,500.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve by Wheeler, second by Gertman. Not seeing any discussion. I'll call for the vote. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Nice work.
And item 14 is the community events and COVID update. Again, Gary Davidson with Community Information. Let me start with a little apology for that little snafu this morning. As you exit the chambers, the Sally Mackay plaque is now in its rightful place on the Tippin Davidson Award display wall in the foyer. And by the way, we have some treats for you over here, courtesy of the Cultural Alliance. So I'll begin with some upcoming events starting starting with the continuation of the Affordable Housing Initiative. I'm going to talk a little bit more about that in a minute, so for now I'll move on to Imagine a Day Without Water event that we've got coming up. Sorry, these. This is an annual awareness campaign that the American Waterworks Association, they coordinate. This year's event is this Thursday, October 21st. The event is meant to engage local communities and consumers about the importance of water and wastewater services provided to our daily lives and everyday products, services, conveniences. This year's recognition it takes on an added meaning in light of the critical role that safe and dependable water and sanitation they've played over the past months in tackling the public health risks associated with the pandemic. So for this year, community information, environmental management, and water resources and utilities. We've partnered with social media campaign. Environmental management will have a display set up in the TCK Rotunda that will provide public information on water conservation and its importance. And also Explore Volusia will have some upcoming programs that will incorporate discussions about water conservation, including a paddle program at Highbridge Park in Orem Beach on October 19th, and an eco-buggy program at Deep Creek Preserve on October 20th. And I just want to briefly mention that volusia.org is a great place to learn about how each and every one of us we can become better stewards of our water resources that we all share. And that conservation mindset, it really begins with awareness about the many ways we can all save water. Making these changes, we know they're going to require people to modify their behaviors in order to be water wise, but each one of us, we can really make a big difference. All of this water talk, it's a great segue into the Green Volusia program, which provides a great deal of information and assistance to the public regarding all forms of sustainable practices, including water conservation and protection of water resources. Now, county staff assigned to the Green Volusia program, they continuously look for opportunities to educate the public and provide for assistance to those seeking to reduce their demand for water. Because we know if our residents and businesses, if they're able to reduce their demand and minimize unnecessary use of water, then more water will be available for critical household uses for a longer period of time. And the county has a very strong water conservation related partnership with federal, state, regional, and local agencies, as well as ordinances that ban the use of fertilizer from June through September. And when outside these months, at least 50% of nitrogen-containing fertilizer applied to lawns must be slow-released type. So we encourage residents to focus on water as a resource and view the value of it rather than just the cost. Now, there's also a section about water efficiency and conservation on the Green Volusia webpage. You might want to take a moment to click on the water footprint calculator. I recently did that, and it's really quite an eye-opener. Spoiler alert on the water footprint calculator. The U.S. average is 1,802 gallons per day. Now that includes virtual water used to produce our food, electricity, gas, and home goods. So for this week, and really all weeks, we need to imagine a day without water, and at the same time be thankful for what we have, and also remember to be good stewards of our water resources. So moving on, you may have noticed the interactive kiosks that facility management purchased and have been placed at both entrances to this building. Right now, with the help of IT, we have building directory built into the kiosks. but in time we'll be using their functionality, their full functionality for navigational purposes and for general information for the public. And we're also going to be implementing a process so that all of our departments and divisions, they can work with us to promote and highlight important items, meetings, events, and things of that nature. Just a quick mention about DeBarry Hall. There's a lot going on there. I'll just highlight one event in particular in keeping with the season. You can get spooked before Halloween by listening to scary tales and taking a candlelight tour of the DeBarry Hall Historic Site. It's at 7 p.m. and 8 p.m. on Friday, October 22nd, and Saturday, October 23rd. And reservations are required, and space is limited. And some highlights quickly of the upcoming schedule at the Lione Environmental Center. They got some wonderful virtual programming, including Bird Brainiacs on October 16th, Reptile Rendezvous on October 21st, Batty About Bats on October 27th, and Vampires of the Insect World on October 31st. They also have some terrific outdoor programs coming up, including Camouflage in Nature on October 16th, a wetland hike on October 17th, an eco Halloween hike on October 30th, and scrub strolls every Monday at 9 a.m. Explore Volusia also has a full slate of upcoming programs. Really too many rather to mention here. A few of the highlights include Tomoka River Paddle on October 19th, Deep Creek Eco Buggy Tour on October 20th, Longleaf Eco Buggy Tour on October 27th, and a Wiregrass hike on November 2nd. And as always, you can see the times and dates for all of the county meetings and programs by going online to volusia.org and checking out the county calendar. We have a couple of anti-litter campaign initiatives coming up. The Tire Amnesty event, right there on Saturday, October 30th from 8 a.m. to 2 p.m. And stormwater drain marking event for participants for the stormwater drain marking event. They'll meet in Hiles Boulevard, parking lot 4516 South Atlantic Avenue, New Smyrna Beach. And registration is required for that event. And the number there is 386-736-5927. Quick look back at last weekend's very successful Biketoberfest event in the days leading up to and including the event, community information, as well as members of the Volusia County Public Information Network, the PIN. We posted numerous motorcycle safety posts on social media. Here are a few of them, including Look Twice, Save a Life, and Stay Alive, Don't Drink and Drive. Now, I can't relinquish the podium without mentioning the magnificent Dr. Mary McLeod Bethune statue that's on display through through December 12th in the News Journal Center. My wife and I, we went and saw it this past weekend, and it's just breathtaking. It really is. And it really was an honor for community information to be able to work with you, Mrs. Wheeler, and the rest of the committee to ensure a successful unveiling and public display. We also were blessed to have had the opportunity to capture these really very historical moments in video and pictures, and we've created a few social media pieces, so please feel free to share those as you see fit. And just a reminder that admission tickets to see the statue are free, and they can be obtained at mmbstatue.org. So thank you again to you, Ms. Wheeler, and I'm going to take a moment to brag on one of our staffers in community information, Pat Kuhn. Pat worked very closely with the Statutory Fund and Mrs. Wheeler, and she's also serving as a volunteer docent during the tours at the News Journal Center. So thank you, Pat. So thank you for your indulgence, Mr. Chair. I know there's a lot of information, but as you just saw, there's a lot of really good things going on in our county. And so with that, I'm going to transition now into the COVID update. Once again, Ethan Johnson with the Florida Department of Health in Volusia County is with us, and you're going to hear from Ethan in just a moment. And as you know, we still have multiple COVID messaging campaigns going on simultaneously. There's the What's the Best Way to Thank a campaign. That's what's the best way to thank a first responder, what's the best way to thank a frontline worker, what's the best way to thank a healthcare worker, and it's to get the vaccine. We also have the Vax Up Volusia campaign going on, Let's Get Back to the Moments We Miss campaign, and the Have Questions About COVID-19 Vaccine, Talk to Your Healthcare Provider, Get the Facts and Get the Shot campaign going on. The campaigns, they've been extended through November 30th. I can give you the separate stats for each campaign if you like, but all combined, they now have a reach of more than 777,000 and in excess of 2.3 million. That's 2.3 million impressions. So, and all that for an investment of less than $7,000 so far. So our COVID messages are continuing to get out there in a big way. We're also continuing to promote messaging regarding the availability of free COVID testing in the community. In addition to the private providers, we have pop-up testing sites at the Speedway in Daytona Beach, Dewey Buster Park in Deltona, and the Live Oak Street site in New Smyrna Beach, as well as the health department offices in Daytona Beach and Orange City. And of course, we're continuing to utilize the county's media platforms and our community partners to promote COVID messaging. Last Friday, Dr. Joe Smith, Chief Medical Officer for Advent Health Daytona Beach, he was on our Volusia Today radio show to offer some myth-busting pandemic straight talk. So the messaging continues for as long as it's needed. That's it for me, Mr. Chair. Before I turn over to Ethan, are there any questions for me?
Yes, before you go, I might have missed it. Could you mention, if you didn't mention this morning, the ECHO dashboard came online? I think it's just volusia.org. Is it /ECHO?
That's correct. And that's where you can see all the beautiful projects and get the background information.
It's very helpful. I haven't been through the whole thing. I looked at it this morning.
It's very user-friendly,
very
very well done. Thank you.
Yes, and
Questions?
just in regards to Dr. Bethune, I don't know if it's Pat or if it was your committee, but whoever's idea it was to actually get the artist, the sculptor here, just added to the honor, I think, of Dr. Bethune to hear how she did that with her hands. It was really amazing. So it was a well-done event.
Very overwhelming from obviously the statue and the educational panels, the video. It was just very powerful.
Yeah.
If I might add, there was just so much that went into this in the last 4 years to getting to that point. It still makes me want to cry when I think about it. But that the board sat there and we were able to pick out the words that were on the binders of the books, you know, that came from her will. So the fact that we had a part in even that, but listening to Nilda Comas's story on how we brought her back here quite a few times and met with her and heard her story over and over of how she came up with every little detail. It was so personal with her. She knew Marion McLeod. She wanted to hear videos of her voice even. It's just an amazing, amazing moment. I will forever be grateful that I was a part of it. And thank you for all of our folks that just worked so hard. And Pat's just a trooper.
Yes,
but,
she is.
It was truly, truly an honor. Thank you.
Thank you. If there are no other questions, I'll turn it over to Ethan for what I trust will be another positive COVID report.
Good afternoon. All right. So we've had 74,698 cases.
within Volusia County residents and 1,493 deaths reported in Volusia County since the start of the pandemic. 23,139 were reported in the 2020 calendar year and 51,559 from the current calendar year. So, skip to page here. As we can see, the positivity rate continues to trend down, which is great. At the end of last week, the 7-day positivity rate was down to 6.1%. And our case numbers, of course, are also continuing to fall, with our case rate currently at 86.7, which is great. That finally marks us moving from that high to substantial transmission mark. I think what's really notable there as well is that 85% of counties across the country are still in high, and Volusia County is in substantial. So that actually means that Volusia County, in terms of case transmission, is doing better than the majority of the country. Vaccination rates are where they have been. The demand for vaccination is starting to taper off, but vaccine continues to be readily available throughout the community and at our health department locations, as Gary mentioned earlier. And of course, these percentages represent individuals 12 and up who've received the vaccine. So last week, 1,006 people were vaccinated. The eligibility for the vaccination and for the booster shots remains the same. However, we know that CDC's advisory committee is meeting over the next couple of days, and they probably will discuss at that time lowering that age and for the lower dose to children to receive the vaccine. And I believe that's for Pfizer only. In terms of hospitalizations, there were 46 new admissions between the time period on the slide here. That marks a 13.21% decrease in the last 7 days. 5.62% of beds were used for COVID patients. This marks a 1.1% decrease in the last 7 days, and 18.5% of ICU beds were used for COVID patients, which is pretty steady. So our caseload is at the health department is finally fallen back down to the workload capacity of our case investigators. So of course, back during the peak of this, there were so many cases that it was far beyond our capacity to investigate every positive case that came in. So it's finally leveled back out. Due to that drop in the demand for vaccination, testing, and case investigations, several staff have been reassigned to data cleanup and quality assurance roles, which is really a significant task right now, considering we had all of this data coming in over the last few months. So now's our chance to go back and add a lot of the information so that when we look back on this time, we're able to make a little bit more sense of it in regards to demographics and issues like that. Our contracted staff, who've been here for a while now, are being reduced, and we're shifting our focus of our clinical staff to the homebound vaccinations and outreach events. And the outreach events also include education and outreach activities. And in the pictures here, the top two pictures and the one on the bottom left, they're actually Bethune-Cookman University students. One of the initiatives that we're helping fund and support is Bethune-Cookman University's Pandemic Win Initiative, which really focuses on getting information out to the community, and specifically individuals who would be considered frontline workers, but not necessarily healthcare workers. So it's not just providing testing and vaccination, but it's information and resources, and it's helping connect individuals who are maybe experiencing other adverse health outcomes as a result of COVID, but maybe not necessarily directly COVID-19, which is also something that the Department of Health is interested in and now investing in, is health disparities related to COVID-19. So we do have a small amount of funding there, and the state is going to start supporting that, because we know coming out of this, there's going to be a lot of other issues to address now as a result of folks being impacted by the pandemic. We continue to provide all of the same services that we do at both of our locations. Again, we've reduced the hours, but we are asking the public to still call to make an appointment, so that information will be provided to them directly. Lastly, the monoclonal antibody treatment center is still being utilized, but only about 237 patients were seen last week. So that's a big drop from when we were seeing like 1,300 folks a week. Other than that, that's all I have for you today. If there are any questions.
Thank you very much. I don't see any questions from anybody or comments. Thank you. Keep bringing us good reports.
Yes.
Better reports. Okay, that takes us to item 15, appointment to the Volusia Growth Management Commission.
I nominate Jonathan Green.
Jonathan or John?
Jonathan.
Jonathan Green is nominated by Lowry, second by Johnson. Got to write this down. Any other nominations or any comments? Then all in favor of appointing Jonathan Green to the Volusia Growth Management Commission Board, say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Item 16, I have the pleasure of nominating, actually assigning a member to the Broadband Committee, and I would like to nominate Barbara Gertman and have her carry out that. Since, do you accept?
I do accept. It appears that most of the open region is in my district, so it's fitting. Although I don't need another committee. So, is there one I can lose? Can I? Well, we'll talk about that later.
Yeah,
Okay.
we'll talk about that later. Right now, your job is to
Yes.
bring broadband to rural Volusia County.
Yes. Yeah, because we're in it.
We are. Not that I have an axe to grind.
Yeah.
Keeps her equipment in her Winnebago.
She does.
I need a Winnebago.
That's why she can't get a signal. There's too much aluminum around it.
Yes, Chair, thank
Okay.
you.
All right, we need food here.
Got it.
That wraps up every item. Now we will move to public comment and comments from staff and council member. And we will start with the public comment from John Nicholson. This is the only one you have?
John Nicholson, Daytona Beach side. A couple of things that I missed. One, in my area, there are 3 beach approaches in which the hotels have taken over the public parking for their personal use. Ocean Avenue is one of them. I looked it up several years ago. The county has legally vacated 2 of the properties in Daytona Beach to the hotels, but the others have illegally acquired the use, and I'm wondering whether we could take them back. Secondly, with the lady that we had mentioned earlier from Faith, there was a woman with a trailer with a roof leak. She's 93 years old. Can we create a loophole fund? If she doesn't fit here and they don't fit there, that we have funds for a couple of dollars, and I'm sorry, it's got to be less than $1,000 to repair her roof. She would be able to live in her home, not have to worry about the leak, and then she could sell it and all kinds of things for very little bit amount of money. And I know this happens often, so if we could create a little loophole fund that when they don't fit any other grants, we could do it, and you could always attach a lien to the property, and when it's sold, the money comes back to be used again. Affordable housing, Mid-Florida, do we tax affordable housing? So when Mid-Florida buys a home or whatever, if we create too much of these tax-free quantities, I know in the city of Daytona Beach, the senior taxes, every time we turn around, everybody's getting off the tax roll, and we're losing more and more and more tax funds. So if we could look at that to make sure that, although they're getting cheap housing, but the property gets taxed, so we don't lose an additional source of income for the county. But I did it for the city, highest and best use of public property. If we could look at all the Volusia County properties to make sure that we don't use singular items like the schools. All that property sits there unused after school and on weekends when the public can be using it for softball games, events, birthdays, whatever. Do we have our properties, because we can do more than one thing with a property. So are we using them to the best advantage, and are we looking at them to be self-sustaining? We have a zip line on Tomoko Park in Daytona Beach, and it pays all the maintenance year-round, and there's money left over. So if we could look at things that would enhance the public property so they can pay them for themselves. And the reef, brought that up before, there are like 10, 12 things that if we put a reef off the coast would enhance the upland property. The guys came from Cocoa 10 years, 12 years ago to the city. They wanted it for surfing, but it's fishing, it's 400 feet of permanent year-round sand, it's safety, nobody dies in the runouts. There are all kinds of reasons, and especially with global warming. If we can look at that to see what we can do, if it's free, free is a good price. Thank you.
Thank you. County Manager?
Yes, Mr. Chair. First item, I just want to mention, we've put out online on our website for comment our plans for ISB in Silver Beach, and we're asking for public feedback on those sites. So if people would like to do that, it'll be available. You can go to our main site and look at top stories and get to where you can put those comments on, and it'll be open until November 1st. The other thing I need to bring up, I had to use, unfortunately, the emergency purchasing ordinance. We have been working down at the big Southwest Regional sewage treatment plant in DeBerry on project there. The one of the big blowers has gone out, and it's got an extremely long lead time. I'm hoping it's not on one of the ships off the coast of California, but regardless, we needed to rent a unit for 6 months, which that exceeded my authority. And right now with the rental, anticipated 6-month rental, and the delivery charge, that'll be a total $100,210. So I had to get that going. It's critical to the process and of treating sewage. So we really had no choice but to keep that moving. So the purchase has been made. And that's it.
Michael Dyer?
Nothing new to report. Thank you for a productive meeting last night.
We made progress. There's hope. Okay, Councilwoman Post?
Okay, I have several things. Megan, if you could put up the litter picture first. Over the weekend, I met with some of the people from the Echo Friends group out of Holly Hill. They created their group, and they adopted a 1 mile part of the roadway on LPGA near Center. And so letting anyone else, any other groups, any other businesses know that they can adopt a roadway. But this is the group. But if you could go back to the actual garbage. So they adopted a 1 mile section of the roadway. We only worked on a half a mile of that roadway. We spent an hour, and within an hour, we got 14 or 15 bags. You figure about, let's see, it was about 220 pounds of litter that we picked up just from that little half mile of roadway within that hour time frame. A lot of garbage on LPGA, and it wasn't just on the side of the roadway, but it was also along the LPGA canal there in Holly Hill. So Holly Hill Echo Friends is a tremendous example of your community coming forward and actually taking charge and working to better their area. and doing things, this only took an hour, so those kinds of things and that dedication from citizens has a tremendous impact on the community. So I wanted to applaud them. We've found a lot of things that I was not expecting to find. We found a lot of things that I was expecting to find, but very interesting for sure. Second thing I have is, George, we had asked for information 2 meetings ago. I know I spoke to you again about it yesterday, George?
Yep.
Yeah. Council asked for information on the COVID employee numbers, and I keep asking about it. Number one, it's not on the follow-up list, so I think we need to rectify that. But the second thing is, it was asked for 4 weeks ago, and so I think that time frame's getting a little long for council direction, especially when those are numbers that the county's going to need anyway for to receive federal funding. So just putting that on the record now that that information is expected and was asked for. The next thing I have is the Christmas parades are coming up in each of the cities, and we just talked earlier about the storm drain marking, the new anti-litter initiative that the county's doing on marking the storm drains to show that nothing should go down the drains but water. And so I wanted to talk about the Christmas parades. Basically every city has the Christmas parades. I know I participate in those in my district every year and greatly enjoy them. But what do we do during the Christmas parades? We throw individual candies out, right, into the streets. And I was talking with some of the public works people, and they were pointing out that goes directly into the storm drain. And certainly over the last however many years of learning more and more and more about our waterways and the storm drains and all of that, when we throw those candies, it does go into the local retention ponds or either directly into the rivers. So just letting council know, I've written letters to each of the municipalities within my district, and I am going to just state that I am not going to be throwing candy this year. Specifically for that, as part of our initiative to clean up our storm drains. And I am going to ask each of the cities within my district to perhaps think of doing that as well. And we can certainly have someone walk along and hand out bags to the kids so that they're not forgotten, but that way the individual stuff isn't thrown on the ground and stepped on and gone down the drain. So just letting you know, I will be sending those letters out to the municipalities if you'd like a copy of that for yours as well. I could certainly get that to you. The next thing I have is this week, I'm very excited. I'll be joining some other council members for the Low Impact Development Conference down in Rockledge. Not staying overnight, just driving down and back each day. But it's a 2-day conference on the effective development on the waterways. And happy to report as well that I was able to get my registration for free, so that is not charging the county anything to attend. Let's see, 3 more things. Megan, can you put up the ambulance one? So this afternoon and tomorrow, our Volusia County Ambulance Association is hosting a blood drive at the VFW here, and so this afternoon till 4, there's still plenty of time to go, or tomorrow from 11 to 4, but it's in honor of our first responders who have been lost to COVID, and I know there's been a lot in the news about first responders all over, and saying that the numbers of first responders dying from COVID is much higher than other reasons, but if you'd like to go, if you'd like to donate blood, number one, you'd be honoring the first responders lost to COVID, but second, also, of course, you'd be donating blood. So, if you keep in mind when you're donating blood, that's provided to someone who has an immediate need. So I just wanted to put that out there. 2 more things. It is now the end of October, and in December, we usually do our evaluation process for county manager, county attorney. And so just letting council know that I will be again doing a written eval and getting with Mike George sometime in November to go over that with them, like we did last year, and doing that in writing before our December. Do we usually do it at the first meeting or the second meeting? Oh, we only have one meeting. Well, it'll be at that meeting. Okay. And then the last thing is I will actually not be here for the next meeting, the November 2nd meeting. My husband and I do a trip every fall, and it got canceled because of COVID last year, and he scheduled it this year, and I said, you schedule it for whenever. We are absolutely going. So we are going away, and I will not be in town. So but that's all I have. Thank you.
Danny Robbins.
Thanks, Chair. I just, there's a couple of quick things here. I had some requests, people reach out on social media to possibly look for council to look at these either plastic or rubber beach access. I have a picture of one just to give everybody an idea of what the individual was talking about, but it's to further supplement our ADA beach ramps and walkovers, and to give the handicapped folks an opportunity to bring their equipment down there a lot easier. I don't know if council will be up for looking at that. I know it would be big in my district and along the coast. Is there any input or? Kind of just resembles like a textured stall.
Is that a, how do you have that? Can you email it real quick to?
Yeah. Well,
or just give it?
Good afternoon, Jessica Winworth, Volusia County's Coastal Division. There are many products such as that. I believe what Mr. Robbins is looking at is more of like a 4-foot high-density polyethylene HDPE sidewalk section that you install in chunks. There's also proprietary devices out there that you roll out in a matte format and then you stake the sides in. Some of the issues that we've had with this previously, there's currently one of these devices located at the Latitudes Margaritaville Beach Club, which is in the Ormond by the Sea area. And one of our requirements in our, one of our environmental requirements is that your dune approaches, your beach approaches, if they're pedestrian and not vehicular, they should be above the dune to allow for sand transport back and forth, and then also to allow for vegetation growth, and then it also provides for habitat for turtles. What you see here on the slide is an option that you can do once you get past the dune, and you can go from the walkover to the water. One of the requirements that we have in our code is that it must be pulled up at the end of the day. Just like beach furniture. You can't have the beach furniture out there overnight. We would not be permitted to allow this on the beach overnight. We would have to remove it. We are looking at putting something similar to this at Lighthouse Point Park as part of our major comprehensive boardwalk renovation project. But right now, the logistics of putting this out every day, bringing it in every night, and then tracking the tides, because you may have one high tide here and you may have another high tide that's 5 or 6 feet back. It's a heavy maintenance burden at the moment, to which we have some permitting hurdles as well.
Is there, I mean, a way to look at it, or is there a room for like an exception or to navigate around this?
Going over the dune, it's difficult.
From right from
the
where
end
our
of the
ADs,
walkway?
yeah, our ADAs go down and touch the beach. Is there a way that, you know, from the beach, from that point forward, you know, towards the water, is there any exceptions to the rule there in terms of taking it in and out daily?
We would need a permit from the state, and I don't believe they have provided it because the Latitudes Beach Club wanted to do just that.
Okay.
And they did not get it.
Okay. All right.
Should we move forward in long term, what you see here is a nourished beach. So you do not have a tide line that comes all the way up to the edge of the timber walkway.
Okay.
They basically have this out to what you would consider toe of dune, or the top of the dune, and then it terminates. If you go down to South Florida, I was in Delray Beach a couple weeks ago for a conference, and They had to stop, they've got a different local ordinance that allows them to put it over the dune to provide the handicap access on a nourished beach, but they're still not allowed to put it anywhere in a turtle nesting zone at all.
Right. Okay.
Can I ask her a question about that as well?
That's for discussion, yeah. Anybody?
Is this a possibility to go between A1A, Ocean Shore, and a Volusia County dune walkover that's too soft for wheelchairs to get through an 8-foot section?
Since the Ocean Shore Boulevard A1A in that section of the beach is an FDOT maintained right-of-way, it would have to fall in the FDOT specs. I know when we were going through Hurricane Matthew recovery, if you remember, we had a couple shark bites in that area. They became very aware of the erosion and the possibility of losing that highway due to storm damage. And what became apparent was that there was a lot of private encroachments into their right-of-way. If you drive north on Ocean Shore Boulevard, you'll see lots of interesting fences and picnic tables and, you know, what you might call yard art, that if it's technically in their right-of-way, it becomes a crash hazard. You don't want someone to, they're very specific on, they would not allow us to put our dune walkover in their right-of-way. They required us to be 100% out of their right-of-way to install the dune walkover, just because they didn't want a random thing sitting somewhere that something might hit, or it might jog a wheel, or it just may cause an accident. So they're very protective over what goes inside their right-of-way.
Okay, then what about in some of the ADA compliant dune walkovers that wrap around, so it's safe to get a wheelchair down? When I was at the beach last weekend with this handicapped couple looking at their struggle to access the beach, they took me to 2 of those ADA compliant ramps, and the first part of the ramp is fine. You turn the corner, and the second part of the ramp that used to be 3 or 4 feet above grade is now below grade. So that part of the ramp is full of sand and it can't be used. This could go on top of that sand.
It would still have to be removed.
Every day.
And it would get buried again. The difficulty we have with our ADA ramps is that there's an expectation in the public that we clear the sand off of the timber. If you've got, you know, the end of the ramp is 3 feet deep under sand, one, that's a good thing because it's a storm protection, it's a buffer, and you want to keep as much buffer there as possible.
It shows we're building beach.
It's great. But the other side of that is if I do remove the sand from on top of that walkover, then you end the walkover in a hole.
Yeah.
And you'd have to find some way to traverse up. And if you dig a path for that elevation of where the walkover is out to the water, now you've created a run-up. Every time the storm tide comes in, that it'll just start eroding it out significantly, and you're putting your structure at risk because you'll start losing sand under the structure, and then we have to close it because there's a drop-off. Thankfully, right now, all of our walkovers are open, with the exception of one in Smyrnians Park, but that's a different story.
I'm sorry. Can I ask her one more question?
Yeah, I was going to piggyback off what you're saying.
Go ahead.
I noticed what you were talking about. It was somewhere around 16th or 18th Street. Jeff, what are those things called that they're vertical, kind of like lattice? They block the sand. You know, have you
Sand
seen?
fence.
Just a sand fence, yeah.
Yeah, would those help out to kind of alleviate some of that? I don't know.
They would help out. You would be required to get a DEP permit, but so basically anytime you put an obstruction on the beach where the wind blows against the obstruction, it blows the dry sand in the direction of the wind. So you try to put your sand fence at a 45-degree angle. Right. And what it does is it blocks the sand from moving. There are some creative ways if you go down in nourished beach areas where they've done sand fencing, but that's basically to trap the sand from going upland over the road or into the public walkways. So if you did this, everybody has an idea in their head of what one of our dune walkovers looks like that's ADA. If you started doing this, you would then also prevent the sand buildup up ahead, and you would not provide that buffer. So again, if you get a lunar high tide, your March nor'easters with a full moon, you're still going to have that run up and erosive effect where you don't have that sand fencing collecting the dunes.
Okay. And while we're on this, I'm sorry, Chair, you had something?
I could save it, but it fits right in here. Then picture the same dune walk over again. The first section is fine, but it ends right at grade. Can we just knock out the rail then at the end of it and let people get to the beach there, because the other section is not usable?
We do that quite often.
Do you?
Based on how it moves and how, unfortunately, we can't do anything below grade until we get to November 1st because of turtle nesting season. I technically can't even put a shovel in the ground. But we do, if you go to Bethune Beach, we've done that. There are a lot of other areas where we've had significant sand accretion, and on our ADA walkovers, we knock out holes. I don't like doing it on my stairs, because if I lose on the stairs, then I lose handrails that I need. But yes, we do that.
And I'll send you a couple addresses, because one of them that I saw, the handrail is there, but it's kind of on the surface of the sand, and then where the handrail curves around, it's a hazard. Somebody's going to trip over it or whatever. But I'm sorry. Go take your time back.
You're good. The only other thing to follow up with while we're on the beach is Smyrna Dunes Park, that old walkover that I think got blown away once or twice, 3 times. Is there any way, I started getting some more calls on that, like, hey, why isn't there? I can only explain it so much. Is there any way that we can come up with a concept where that doesn't happen, or if we have tracked where it's seasonal or when that has been destroyed, where we can take that section off, or if it's multiple sections of that stairway?
We had some leftover funding last fiscal year in our Port District Inlet Park Maintenance Program.
Okay.
And we issued a task assignment before the end of September to get some design alternatives. The interesting thing about that walkover, it's walkway number 3, is that it straddles the existing South Jetty. So north of the South Jetty, it's extremely dynamic on what your shoreline looks like. We lost 12 feet of that thing. The final step was, 6 feet higher than I was when I was standing under it. We pulled it out. We're looking at an alternative where we can take you have this again in your mind. You take the existing pavilion and you turn south. And instead of going straight out due east, I want to go south and make it more of a southern facing stair off of that walkway, so then it won't be in that dynamic groin of where the jetty meets the inlet shoreline. So we're looking at alternatives. We're looking at, I don't want to rebuild it 5 different times, just like nobody else does. But we are working on it. We issued a task assignment in late September, so we're hoping to get some alternatives this year. Most likely won't be able to go to construction until next off season.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Another thing, we were on the topic of ADA and some of the funds that we talked about earlier with the trails. I don't know if this is in your purview or not, but a few meetings ago I had mentioned about looking at some, just to reduce the impact and usage that Mr. Davidson had hit on with the aquifer, using gray water over toilets, for the sink water, goes into the toilets, cut down on our water bill. Is that something we can look at? There's a couple pictures I've given just as a little bit of a demonstration. They use them a lot of times in other facilities, in the correctional facilities. That's just one. That's a little bit more, let's say, hardcore bathroom, but I don't know if that's the right word for it, but there's also some more, a couple other ones that aren't to that level of seriousness there. But there's an example of a urinal where there's sinks over the top. They're made for efficiency.
Huh? I'm hoping it's touchless, the handle.
The urinal?
Hey.
Just saying.
But, they reduce overall footprint of some of these facilities and some of these amenities that we do offer, or that other municipalities offer in their, in their parks. Reduce the water usage, reduce the footprint of the building or the facility or the enclosure. I mean, there's ways to save money here. I'm sure we can do a touchless or a double up on the sanitary, but at the end of the day, they're using this all over the world. Is it something that we can fit in, or is it something this council is willing to explore to cut back on multiple things? It's up to the will of the council to look at it. And go ahead, Ben, you got something?
The reason he's showing these, this is what he has at home.
No, but if that's something we're looking to, we're interested in looking at, let me know. So how does the council feel about any of these new ideas or these ideas that are being used anywhere else? Is it something that we can use in our parks during a trial period or during construction?
You know, Mr. Robbins, we just, we've got a couple of new restrooms we're proposing as part of the ISB and the Silver Beach approach. If we can fit it in building code, we can try to put it out there. It will come down to our long-term operation and maintenance costs. We traditionally get a lot of vandalism to our beach bathrooms, just improper use, people, you know, just abusing something that they don't own. We can pull numbers on that, and it should be fairly easy to retrofit back to a standard, you know, toilet or urinal if need be. But we can look at that for the upcoming restrooms that we're putting in on the beach side.
I would just, you know, more appetizing because it just uses half of the water. You know, I was looking. Well, on the usage side, I'm going to take that as a clue to move on.
Save that much?
Here, this one's up your alley, Ben. I know that there's some state legislature or some folks that are exploring it, but I noticed in New Smyrna Beach, there's you'll see people driving around golf carts and whatnot. Do we have, or can we look at a permitting for golf carts and UTVs in unincorporated Volusia? You know, and be able to charge for that like a pass, just as another revenue source. I've received, God almighty, so many calls about that. Do we know anything about it?
You're saying on the roads or on the beach?
Well, and kind of mirror. No, it's going to be on the roads, but kind of mirror what New Smyrna Beach is doing. They're allowing. They have a permit for golf carts and into that nature. So if we're transitioning kind of into the e-bikes, for instance, okay, we're allowing those on technically a roadway, which is the beach, and other places, and they're treated just like a bicycle. Would this be something we can also look at in terms of allowing or permits?
I know my son just got a golf cart, and he had to go through a lot to get it street ready. I mean, he had a lot of licensing and permit things that he had to do to
How much?
get
Mr. Robbins, I've talked to a couple of our state legislators and state senator, and actually have given them a proposal of how to make the side-by-sides. In some states, they are legal.
Mm-hmm.
You can make them road legal. And I've given them, I actually drew up a law for them to submit, and I have, you talk about getting them ready, my side-by-side, although it's not road, you know, you can't get it tagged, is road legal. Windshield wipers, horns, turn signals, all of that, that's been done, but we do have Senator Wright and Mr. Webster Barnaby both have said they will introduce this legislation this time around so that we can possibly get the side-by-sides road legal.
And do we have any clarification? I got an email while we were sitting here. Do we have any clarification? Back in July in the News Journal, there was an article about county employees receiving $1,000. Mr. County Manager, do we have any clarification on that? There was, I'm still trying to.
Right, that, all we did was put that in a proposal for ARPA as a possible use. But no, the county employees have not received $1,000.
Okay.
There were, as you guys have approved, there's been some retention bonuses and attraction bonuses that have been used in some of the areas where we had critical shortage, but we don't have anything for the $1,000 right now.
Okay, thank you guys. That's all.
Billy Wheeler.
I don't know how to top that one. I just don't know. Nothing other than, again, telling everybody to please make an effort to go see the Dr. Mary McLeod Bethune statue. It truly, truly is something to see. Take your children, take your grandchildren. You absolutely cannot explain it, how you feel when you're standing next to that 12-foot statue and knowing the history of her and all that she has done, not just for Daytona and the college in Volusia County, but for the whole world. She was involved, and The statue itself is just, came from a hunk of marble, the highest grade of marble, from a quarry in Italy. That was where the Michelangelo statues were built. So, I mean, it's just a wonderful story. They will be having admissions from 10 to 3 every day, and you can get tickets. Again, it is free. mmbstatue.org. mmbstatue.org. You won't be disappointed. It's just truly, truly amazing, this wonderful recognition of this woman. Thank you. That's all I have to say.
Barb Gertman?
Thank you, Chair. I heard a report that there were nationally 140,000 children orphaned from COVID. And it makes me think here locally, because the age dropped, especially in 2021, as far as those who expired from COVID. And I remember there was one who had 6 children. And the more I read about people, and I wonder how that's going to affect us here locally, right? Because we've had a significant amount of death from COVID. And I just think it's something that needs to be on our radar as far as what type of help the community is going to need. Because if you're losing one, I mean, there were families that lost both parents, so, or lost the guardian, the grandparent that took care of the child. So we're going to see that impact on our foster care system, on our, community resources. Where is that going to poke out? So it's just, again, when I heard that report, of course, I think about it, how it's going to impact us locally. And many of them were our frontline workers. Of course, many, they've said at least 65% were of the Black and brown community. So to me, it was a big number and a big potential impact. And it's just something that I want to put on our radar, just to be watchful of what those needs and potentially how, especially through COVID dollars, we could be support to some of those families in need. That's all.
Ben Johnson.
Yes, I was asked, and it kind of almost plays along with what Barb was saying. I was asked to present this from the Florida Sheriff Youth Ranch, and the Florida Sheriff Youth Ranches would like to extend special recognition as a builder to Volusia County Council. For over 60 years, generous donors like you have helped us create a caring home with structure and discipline for thousands of children in need. Thank you for helping us build a place of hope and healing for deserving children. And any of y'all who have never dealt with Florida Sheriff Youth Ranches, and we're very fortunate that we actually have a youth ranch campus here in Volusia County. It's not a full-time facility like the one up at Live Oak, but it is a summer camp mainly and a weekend camp. But the Florida Sheriff Youth Ranches has these all over the state. One that's for to keep siblings together, the Girls Villa, a youth ranch that's in Live Oak. And if you've never seen these facilities, what a beautiful bunch of places these are that help children in need. This is not for juvenile delinquents. Some of them are on the verge and on the edge, but this is for children who need and can use help. And I recommend anybody who's looking for a place to give money, donations, to think about the Florida Sheriff Youth Ranches. It's something that's near and dear to my heart that I, even as a deputy sheriff, we always knew about it. Heather and I knew about it, but until you actually go there and see what they do and the impact they make on our children and give them a place to live. They've actually taken children who were living on construction sites and pipe, You know, that's where they were spending their nights, and gave them a place to live. And it gives the children hope. It has produced a lot of very solid citizens in all walks of life. So please, thank y'all to the council, and I'll present this to the chair, but also anybody listening or anybody here that's looking for a fantastic place to ever donate. This is it. Thank you.
Thank you. I can put that on my wall?
Put it on your wall.
Thank you, Ben. It's very nice. We'll find a place to hang it for the entire council and staff that works on that. Mr. Lowry.
Oh, just real quick, Howland Boulevard's looking better all the time. Providence is looking wonderful, thanks to staff and all the work getting stuff resurfaced out there. Howland was in bad need, or Providence was in bad need. And also, don't forget, we got the Volusia County Fair coming up here not too long, and I figured that they'll announce that probably at the next meeting, but I wanted to go ahead and get a word out on that. That's all. Thank
you. I just have a couple things. One, just to continue our conversation, that was kind of interesting how it came up. There were a couple ADA ramps that I visited that were the bottom half is completely under sand. Did you just say that we can't even touch that until the end of turtle season?
I can do the maintenance, Jessica Winter, Coastal Division Director. I can do the maintenance on top of the walkover, but outside of the walkover footprint, I cannot touch.
Yeah, I don't even know if it, excuse me, if it makes any sense to do that. Frankly, I'm happy to see the beach building up instead of eroding away, so I'm kind of reluctant to touch that, except for the metal handrail that goes down and is a, you know, the handicapped person that I was with suggested a cone. I don't think the cone would be there in 24 hours.
When we do have trip hazards like that, we have spray painted before, because then you can grinder it off pretty easily with a sander if you happen to, you know, lose a couple of feet of sand. That's an alternative that we have, but it's also, you know, we need to remember that we've got our entire driving beach provides the best handicap access that we have, because you can drive right out to the hard packed sand, and
yes,
then you've got clear, easy access right to the water line, and it's complimentary.
Yes, and they love using that when they can. These are older people in Ormond by the Sea, so it's a it's a ways away. But again, I'll send you the address and email of the ones that they were concerned about. I think we're already working on another situation where they can't even get to the ramp.
We've got a pretty good listing of all of our ADA ramps. I could name them to you off the top of my head. But yes, once we hit November 1, we'll be doing some pretty significant maintenance to all of our beach approaches, and we'll look specifically at the trip hazards on the ADA ramps.
Okay, thank you very much. The only other thing I'll take time to talk about now, and it's just a mention, I talked with the county manager and his staff yesterday because I'm asked frequently about bus stops. You know, when do the upgrades come? We have RPFs out for advertising agencies. We are making progress, and you will start seeing something happening with bus stops that don't have a bench, that don't have a cover. That doesn't mean they'll all have covers or they'll all have benches, but there is money that this council has approved to be spent on bus stop improvements. So just stand by, you'll see it happening, and I'm going to hold some other things. I'm not going to talk about the sink and the urinal together, although I am concerned that somebody won't know which one to use. So with that, what a way to close the day. We will, I'll ask for a motion to adjourn, and I did notice the school board just adjourned. She doesn't ask anybody. Motion to adjourn by Lowry, second by Wheeler. All in favor say aye. And lunch was delivered for the council in the back, and Gary Davidson is bringing dessert.